Welcome to the Caribbean Cricket Podcast, your one-stop shop for all things West Indies cricket. By the fans, for the fans. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a live watch-along of West Indies versus India, the second ODI. Boy, I don't know why I've agreed to this, because it's not a 20-over game. This is a 50-over game. How long can I keep this going? I got my juice with me, though, so it's all good. Let me take this off the screen, because I forgot I had this off the screen. Sorry, people, I'm big and I'm live. Here I am. You can tell it's hot. Sleeveless top on. So people, here's the team. So West Indies, Shai Hope, Carl Mayers, Shamar Brooks, Brandon King, Nicholas Pooran, captain, obviously, Rovman Powell, Romario Shepherd, Akil Hussain, Hayden Walsh, who has come in for an injured Gudakesh Multi. Multi's got it's either a sore thumb. I'm not sure if they said it was broken or if it's sore. So Hayden Walsh has come in to replace him. Alzari Joseph and Jaden Seals. That is the West Indies side. And then very quickly, the India side. Dhawan, Gill, Iyer, Yadav, Samson, Huda, Patel, Thakur, Siraj, Shahal, and Avesh Khan has come in for a debut. I can't remember who Avesh Khan has replaced. Someone in the chat can remind me. Let me go and quickly remind myself. Who did Khan replace? Was it Prazid? I can't remember who replaced, but Avesh Khan is in for debut today. Just as my TV just went off, just as I went live, but Shai Hope has just been presented with a special commemorative jersey because I believe it's his 100th match. I think it was, don't know who was given to him. Was it Greenwich? Was it Hayden? I can't remember who was giving it to him, but he's just received a jersey for that. Wait, so let me see who's in the live. Big up Demo. A 50-over watch-along is insane. You listen, when I put an option up on Twitter and I said, okay, people, let's do something new today. What do you want? I said, you can either have watch-along live, live cuss-out after the match is finished, a recorded cuss-out, and I gave one other option. Oh, a live Twitter Spaces. Imagine everyone put live watch-along. What? Live watch-along, Match ain't even started and I'm already tired. So I don't even know how this watch-along is going to go. Sorry, Faris, I'll come to you. Frank is saying you owe us an 8-hour stream. Imagine. Listen, it's just as well West Indies chose to bat first, because the plan, my initial plan is that I'm going to do the first section. So I will try and do all 50 overs. That's insane. Demo's right. I don't know what I'm trying to do. But luckily, because West Indies can't bat, this should be over in an hour and 30 minutes. So it should be okay. So I'm gonna do West Indies 50 over or 25 overs, whatever it is we get to before we're all out. And then I'm gonna just leave it there. And then when people come and click the link, later, they'll think that they've got a live watch along for the whole match and just see it cut off after 25 overs. But we'll see how it goes, people. I don't know how YouTube works, I don't know if like I've put the noise down on my TV because I don't know if like the YouTube will strike you if they hear any audio in the background. So I've put the noise down. You lot let me know if you can hear my TV in the background because I don't want YouTube to try and ban this or put a copyright strike on this video afterwards. If you are watching this, though, when you're new to the Caribbean Cricket Podcast, very quickly, in case you're like, who is this guy? What's this? You can, that's not what I want. You can follow us on Twitter and Instagram. You can support us. That you can see that ticker feed at the bottom. I didn't even mean to do that. That was an accident, but it's good. You can support us at www.patreon.com/Carib Cricket. You can support us there if you'd like to keep us going and make things like this become a regular kind of thing. But mostly, if you go to Twitter and Instagram, you can find us there. If you're a Facebook Don, you can find us on Facebook. just search Caribbean Cricket Podcast. Basically, just go into Google and search Caribbean Cricket Podcast, and you'll probably find us. But our website basically has everything: www.caribbeanccricketpodcast.com. That's where you can find everything that we pretty much do. So do follow, do support, etc., etc., and of course share the Caribbean Cricket Podcast with your friends and your family. I don't know what type of people like watch-alongs. That's why I said this was always going to be a bit of an experiment. So what I'm mainly hoping to do is just interact with you lot, and that will keep it going. Demo, yeah, that's what I thought. YouTube will strike if they can hear the noise, but I've put the volume down on low. Can you not hear anything in the background? I'll be quiet now. Can you not hear anything? Let me know if you can pick anything up from my TV, and then that, if I know, then I'll have to put it a bit lower. I'm going to take that radio silence to mean that nobody. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's cool then. So yeah, if I understand it, I had to go do some research. I had to go like watch Arsenal and Man United and be like, what do those people do? Like AFTV and that. What's that man called? The Man United, Mark Duckbridge or something, or Goldbridge or something like that. I had to go watch their thing and be like, how do these guys do it? Like, what do you actually do on a live? And apparently, you just do what I'm doing, which is just stand there, sit there, and just chat. So, but they chat for 45 minutes and then it's half time. 50 overs goes on for time. I can't chat for 3.5 hours. This is a madness. Anyways, first ball. Siraj has taken the first over for India, and Hope leaves that alone outside the off stump. Don't even think I'm going to be doing like live commentary like this. What, you lot think I'm a ball by ball guy? I got that in my locker, you know. I got ball by ball in my locker, but true say I'm not here to do that. Anyways, let's get to some comments. Yo says, what will fans' reactions be if we get bowled out for less than 280 and not bat out 50 overs? Boy, the cuss out will be real. Real cuss out. Yeah, Hope leaves that alone outside off stump again. What are you not saying? You don't want me to do ball by ball? I'm coming in like this is radio commentary, and Siraj bowls and Hope leaves that outside the off stump and it goes through to the keeper. You love that, yeah? Ball by ball out here. But yeah, yo, there'll be a big cuss out. It's interesting that West Indies have chosen to bat first. I would have thought they would have tried to chase again, but that suggests to me that they think spin will become a factor later on. Ooh. Hope chases that one outside off stump, flashes at it. Unlucky for Siraj there. Hope nearly nicked that. Was that a bit of cross seam? Hope's out on Nick, you know. And that's why the first match where we lost by 3 runs, the reason why that was an impressive performance is because Hope hasn't even been in Nick. And what tends to happen is when West Indies are good in ODIs, it's when Hope bats deep. So it was encouraging that we were able to get over 300 without Hope. Again, same deliveries from Siraj. He's just searching outside off stump. Hope has been watchful for 3 of them, nearly nicked off for the 3rd one though. Sorry, look at me doing commentary when I should be looking at the comments. Let's see what people are saying. Give us a cuss out TSM. Where are we? Yeah, good question from Demo. Hope and his average in the Caribbean, what is a 30-run difference? And that wasn't helped by his failure again in the first ODI. I think ultimately, in Shea Hope, we have somebody who averages over 49. I think we can afford for him. Let me rephrase that. I was about to say we can afford for him to have a slump. No, we can't afford for him to have a slump. But what we can do is he's given us so many of our good. I mean, they're so few and far between. But when Hope is good, we tend to be good. And I'm never gonna dig out Shea Hope in ODI cricket. I've done it in Test cricket and deservedly so. But in ODI cricket, I don't mind Shea having a slump because he's done so much for us in the past that I won't get onto him. And anyways, we get our first runs. I think that's gone away to the boundary. Hope cuts that through the covers. And that's 4 runs at the end of the first over. West Indies are 4 without loss. Shea Hope 4 runs off 6 balls. Carl Mayer's yet to face. Well, you're not saying about ball by ball. I'm out here, you know. Caribbean Cricket Podcast, ball by ball coverage. One man ball by ball plus match analysis. Listen, West Indies need to bring me in. BT Sport need to bring me in. I don't know how these men haven't reached out to us yet, you know. Right, where are we? Faraz, big up Faraz Alam. He says, what's a needed first inning score? Okay, for me to feel comfortable, about this, I think we need 350. I don't think it's a 350 pitch, but if I wanted to say, oh, I think that West Indies can be in the game, we'd need 350. I think, given West Indies and the kind of shape of our ODI game, I'd take anything above 300. But realistically, what, 280 plus? But it's hard. It's hard to tell. They've chosen to bat first for a reason. So let's go with 280 plus to be anywhere near competitive. Remember, this is supposed to be a good wicket in Port of Spain. Ooh, Avesh getting a bit of an inducker there. Mayers only manages to skew that to backward point. He nearly got caught out there. Anyways, Mayers gets off the mark. Sorry, let me get some more. See some more comments. Yeah, I'm scared with Walsh. They wouldn't have played Walsh if they could have helped it. Obviously, Gudakesh, who's been bowling really well, they can't legislate for the fact that Gudakesh has picked up an injury, and it makes sense that you would replace him with another spinner. Listen, when Walsh is good, he's good. When he's bad, ooh, again, Shea chases that one outside off stump. Avesh getting a bit of movement off the track there early doors. Yeah, it's got to be Walsh for multi. What else would you expect them to do, really? But if Walsh has a bad day, he will get taken for like 100 runs off his 10 overs. So we just have to wait and see how that goes with Hayden. Let's get some more comments. Yeah. Sorry, I was just watching. Yeah, maybe Santoki will join later. I don't know, people. I think Santoki's out and about this weekend, so it might be me on my ones. But what I might try and do as well, because I haven't done a live since when I did one once. It was a CPL game way back when, maybe 2 years ago. The first CPL after lockdown, or it's like 2020 sometime. So it's been a long time since I've done a watch along. So maybe I'll just ask you lot to come in on the watch along as well, you know. So we'll see how it goes. Like I say, 50 overs is a long time. Hope sneaks a single down the wicket, and he moves on to 5 from 9 balls. West Indies are 6 without loss after 1.4 overs. Yeah, Fireball, big up Fireball. 350 is needed, but I don't think we're getting that. Yeah, I'm okay. Let's go again. So 280 minimum, 300 to 320 is what realistically needs to be got, and 350 is a match win in total. And anyways, delightful drive through Mayers through the covers, reaches a boundary, great shot, holds the poles. He moves. He gets his first boundary of the day. He moves on to 5 off 2 balls. West Indies 10 without loss. Great shot from Mayers there. Obviously, first ODI, he hit a 70-odd. That was a really important knock for Mayers, by the way, in the first ODI, because I think there's a bit of question marks. I mean, even Desmond Haynes said it in the press conference prior to the selection, at the selection of the ODI squad, that he raised some reservations. Mayers nurdles that down to fine. Picks up 1 run. West Indies are 11 without loss after 2 overs. Hope 5, Mayers 6. Anyways, Desmond Haynes raised some question marks about whether it was the right thing to do to have Carl Mayers open at the top. But so I took that to mean that that Haynes was effectively saying to Phil, don't play Mayers as an opener. But then we get to the ODIs versus India, and Mayers is opening again. So I don't know if there's a bit of difference between the lead selector and Phil Simmons on that, but it was a crucial knock for Mayers to just put a few of the kind of question marks to bed a bit about whether he should be opening in ODI cricket. Obviously, if Evan Lewis wasn't at war with Cricket West Indies, maybe we'd see Evan Lewis back in the ODI squad. But boy, we may never see Evan Lewis play again at this rate. Anyways, let me get back to some comments. Kurt says Hope was good back then, not now. We need to stop judging players on old performance, judge on future performance. Normally, I'd agree, but Shea Hope averages 49. I'm going to be judging everybody who can't even average 32 before I judge Shea Hope. Anyway, Siraj is back. That was an LBW shout. No way can they review that. DRS timer is up, but that's going well down leg. They won't review that. Surely they won't burn the review. Yeah, they're... Oh, no, they've gone for it. 2 seconds to go. Shikhar's chosen to go for it. This is now you're about to find out that I've got no cricketing sense. They've actually gone for it. Those who have just joined in on the live, Siraj is bowled his first ball of his second over. He's definitely caught Mayers on the crease, but on first look, that looked to be pitching down leg. Shikhar Dhawan took a long time. He's got some swing and movement. Yeah, Mayers' leg, when it pitches, when it hits Mayers' leg is basically just outside the line. His front foot is just outside the line of leg stump. I mean, he's got a lot of movement there, Siraj. And Shikhar Dhawan went for the review with 2 seconds to go. On first viewing, that didn't look out at all. Even now in the replay, it doesn't look out. It was given not out by the umpire. So we wait to see. Yo says it's going to be umpire's call on leg stump. I don't even think it's going to hit leg. That's interesting. Why would you? Okay, let's see. It's pitched outside leg. It's pitched outside leg. It's not even pitched in line. So they've burnt a review. India have burnt a review after 2.1 overs. I would never have taken that. Big Don Dada Joel Wilson getting it correct. Where's my Joel Wilson picture? Let me bring Big Don Dada in. Joel Wilson, can't mess with Joel Wilson. The Don Dada's out here. Yeah, so India have just burnt a review. India have burnt a review after 2.1 overs. I'm not sure who would have told Shikhar to take that review. That never looked out live, much less looking at it on the replay. Yeah, Demo saying hit the like button, people. I'm always useless at that. If you are in the live, do hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and most importantly of all, share this with people. Some of you will be watching this today. Some of you will be watching this today who, sorry, that's replay. Some of you will be watching this today saying, this first time I'm coming across the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. Obviously, a lot of you in the chat, you are long-time supporters and fans. Big up everybody who's a long-time supporter and fans of what we do at the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. But if you're new, do share it with people. Like I say, live watch-alongs aren't for everybody. I'm always perplexed by people who do it. Carl Mayers goes for a big booming drive outside the off stump, lucky not to nick that behind to Sampson. Nowhere near the pitch of the ball. That was, I mean, we're in the power play. I get it, but that was a wild old heave. So yeah, I don't fully understand YouTube, so I don't know who likes live watch-alongs or why people watch them. But if people say they want them, then we got to try them and see what people say. Siraj is bowling well, though. He's getting some movement. And in fairness, Avesh got some movement in the first over as well. Definitely got to be a bit... Definitely, I think Mayers and Hope got to be a bit more watchful here. Both of them have gone after a few outside off stump. Now, this is interesting. I'm going to put this to the Trinis in the chat. So the TV camera just panned in on some India fans. Now, what I'd want to know, and only the people who are Trinis, I think, will fully understand this. A little bit of a lifter there from Siraj. Pitches on leg, gets some movement. Again, Mayers nearly nicks that behind. In fact, Mayers is unlucky not. He's lucky not to nick it. It played away from his body. I think he was a bit caught out by the amount of bounce there that Siraj got. Again, Mayers catches a bit of a life there. But yeah, anyways, back to the Trini fans. It just panned in on some Indian fans. Will those be Indian fans that have come over from the States? or will those be Trinis, or will those be Indo-Trinis supporting India? Bit of a political question, but I'm just intrigued. So just to clarify that again for those who are listening, the TV cameras just panned on some Indian fans, and one of them was wearing a West Indies top. He was next to a lady who was waving an India flag. And the first thing that went in my head was, are those Indo-Trinis supporting India, or are those are those Indians living in America who have traveled over? Obviously, I'm not a Trini, so I don't know how it all goes in terms of the Indo dynamics within Trinidad. Great shot from Hope again. First ball of the fourth over. Hope flashes that one, or drives that one, I should say, through the covers for a boundary. He moves on to 9 from 10 balls. Good shot from Hope. Bit aerial, but he gets away with it. Sorry, Denise Mohammed. Denise says they're Trinis. Lots of Trinis love India. That's what I thought. But that's why I asked the question, Denise, because I didn't want to be like this ignorant guy speaking out of turn. And then next thing I know, you lot are cussing me off. And I'm like, well, I'm just in the UK. I don't know. I don't know the Trini dynamic. So that's why I wanted Trinis to answer it for me. But I do know, in fact, who's just said this? Is this Fireball? Where are we? Where's that comment? Yes, but that's why I also said it Fireball, because I know that lots of Indians in the States will fly over. So that's why I thought it can't be as simplistic as just being Indo-Trinis. Surely it will be a lot of Americans, Indians in America who will fly over for these games in Trinidad, as well as Indians from India, of course. Yeah, Denise says her grandfather was India's biggest supporter and never supported West Indies. Yeah, again, I mean, for those of you who listen to our podcast, we did an episode on Indo-Caribbean culture with Bharat Sundaresan, the author and cricket writer from India. And we looked at Indo-Caribbean culture, both from a Indo-Carib perspective, an Afro-Carib perspective, and an Indian perspective. If you've never listened to that podcast episode, do go and listen to that, because it tries to unpick the dynamics of Indo-Caribbean fandom and culture. Aaron, sorry, I'm scrolling back up. Aaron says at this point I'd rather Paul in the ODI team. I think they're resting. Not resting is the wrong word, but remember Kimo picked up an injury in the last ODI versus Bangladesh. Remember I think he did his hamstring or maybe his groin. So I reckon they're probably holding Kimo back now for the T20s to make sure he gets as much rest as possible ahead of the T20s versus India. So that's the only reason I think Kimo's not about. Shot. Mayers pulls that from outside off stump through the covers, or to the leg side through the covers for a boundary. Flags waving in the stand, and he moves to 10 out. So for clarity, for those of you who want to know the score, I should probably, do you know what? Actually, let me remove this ticker tape. Let me try this. So maybe if I do this, people, if I had somebody who could do like my visuals for me, then I'd know how to like do all this stuff. But you don't know I'm not a visual guy. What I'll do is every now and again, if I do that, so every now and again, if I like just put up what the latest score is, if I just update that, then maybe that will help people. I should probably have put what Hope and Mayers are on. But let me know if that helps people, if I just kind of update the score that way as well. Again, holds the poles. Carl Mayers, drive, aerial, but no one's catching that. It's gone straight to the boundary, not straight down the ground. Was it over the man at mid-off? Or was it over the man at point? Either way, it's gone to the boundary, not the boundary. He's on 14, not out. West Indies moved to 24 without loss after 4 overs. Yeah, I thought, Fireball. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I always thought it was more a Guyanese thing, though, more than Trini. Ever since like Pollard and Simmons and Puran and all them man kind of like, did you not feel? I'm Jamaican, so I'm just saying this from a neutral perspective. I've got the kind of modern day feel that people think there's too many Trinis, though. in the West Indies setup. So I get the argument that Guyanese sometimes feel slighted. I think they're wrong to say that, but I do think they feel slighted. But Trinis, if anything, enough Trini man in the West Indies team, and for good reason, I hasten to point out. But I hear your point all the same. Sorry, I need to update this score. Sorry, let me do this. Let me doing this live watch along and then. Oh boy, I'll get better at these things, people. At the end of this, if I manage to last to 50 overs, do let me know if you want to see more of these things. Oh, it's another lovely drive. Hope found his mojo again. That's a drive. No one's catching that. Hope moves to 14 not out. Both Hope and Mayers are on 14 not out. Hope is 14 not out of 14, and Mayers is 14 not out of 11. West Indies are 28 without loss after 4.1 overs. This is why I'm saying, though. This is why I'm saying why have West Indies chosen to bat first? Is it because they think the track is going to take some spin later on? Remember that we barely bat 50 overs. So it's interesting that we've gone to bat first. Obviously, the track. Samuel Badri did the pitch report. He said the track is true. It should be high scoring again. So there must be a reason the West Indies feel that it's better to bat first on this track. Big up my guy Shakes up in the house. Shakes, I'm trying to go all 50 overs, but I'm hopeful that West Indies can't bat 50 overs. So it shouldn't be too much of hard work, but we'll see. Yes. Let's see what the Guyana Trinidad cussout is saying. Let me pick up on that. Yeah, see, I agree with Fireball on this. I think there has been cussing about how many Trinis are in the West Indies team. I don't want to hijack this live with discussions about Trinis and Guyanese and this, that. But there is some internal politics around this. I always thought that part of the reason that Pollard got a cuss out was because people thought there were too many Trinis about. That's my personal opinion, as well as Pollard being Pollard. But I think it would be wrong of us to try and pretend that there wasn't some discontent towards the white ball iterations of the West Indies team because of this perceived view of some that there were too many Trinis in the team. I think that's a valid argument to make. Sorry, not valid that too many Trinis, valid that there were definitely people arguing about it. Oh, see, look what's happened now. Now it's turned into a Guyana Trinidad thing. Let me just shut my mouth. Javid, Javid, are you Grenadian? Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you Grenadian? Correct me if I'm wrong, Javid. Oh, big up Chris. Chris is in the chat as well. Afternoon to you, Chris. Yes, I see you. Okay, that's a good bouncer from Siraj there. Hope has to duck underneath. That kind of fell on the ground a bit. Joel signals, 2 bouncers for the over? Anyways, if you're looking at the score thinking, is that the right score? It is 28 without loss, but 4.5 overs. I haven't updated it. Oh, Dominican. Yes, Javid, sorry, Dominican, sorry. Yeah, in that case, you're right. And Hope nurdles the last ball of the over down to the boundary, to the man at the boundary, I should say. West Indies 29 without loss after 5 overs. I managed to get to 5 overs, people. Only another 45 of this to go. My clock says 30 minutes have gone already, and we're only on the 5th over. How am I going to last all the way to the 50th over? You lot have catfished me into doing an ODI live, you know. You will never catfish me like this again. Anyways, West Indies 29 without loss after 5 overs. So yeah, for those of you who are listening to this, are you saying that this works like listening to radio commentary then? So is this better than sitting at home and just watching the game on your own through through the TV. What are you trying to say? You're trying to say my commentary, my live is better than Bishop and Stacey Ann and and Samuel and Ganga and etc. etc. I need to do some more research into these watch-alongs. Oh, yes. Hope flicks that one off his legs. Has that got enough on it? Is it going to slow down? Slows down. They're going to have to run 3. I think it was partially stopped by the man in the covers, which slowed it down. But did they run? Yeah, they ran 3. West Indies moved to 32 without loss. So wait, so Chris says you are watching this on TV and you've muted it and you're relying on me. I need to bring in someone to work with me then, because in normal commentary, you like do 10 overs and then you go get a break. I'm just out here. I'm looking across at my fridge going, so how do I get to my fridge? Do I just leave the screen blank and go to the fridge? I got a yogurt in the fridge, I need to go eat that. Who's this? Tatara says, first time watching stream, nice to catch it. Long time channel watcher. Have you ever met Sir Curtly Ambrose? I haven't, I always think that Sir Curtly will probably cuss me off if he ever meets me. I've said a few things about Curtly, which if he ever found out, I reckon he'd probably punch me on my head. But obviously Sir Curtly is a hero, and we respect his contribution to West Indies cricket. I just think that sometimes on commentary he's a bit what's the right word to use? I think sometimes his opinions are too forthright to the point of being overcritical. That's my personal view. That doesn't mean that doesn't diminish who Curtly is as a person. I just think that sometimes he's overcritical, and I'm not sure it reflects the true nature of the game sometimes. That's my personal opinion on Curtly. Yeah, so this part I do get about the watch-alongs. It gives you the opportunity to watch the game and, I guess, chat with other people. So I do understand that part. I guess I didn't want to be a bit of a full toss there. Does he put that away? Oh, he does put it away, yeah. Full toss there from Avesh, and Mayers basically just guides that straight back down the ground for another boundary. West Indies moved to 36 without loss after 5.2 overs. Yeah, I didn't want to be too presumptuous to say, oh, yeah, come to the watch along, because basically it's a Caribbean cricket podcast community and you can all share your own opinions on stuff. Because I didn't know if that's I didn't know if that's how it's sold. I didn't know if that was something that people would buy into. But yeah, that's the kind of feeling that I think this should be. That it's just us all chatting amongst ourselves whilst watching the game, which is, Mayers goes for it again. Outside off, he goes straight after it and smashes this one down to the boundary through the covers. Mayers moves on to 22 off 13 balls. Listen, it's the way Carl Mayers bats, and if the ball's there to be hit it. That's why Mayers is at the top of the over. He climbs into that one, sees it early. No one's stopping that. The problem is, does Mayers know when to rein himself in? Is he going to go for a boundary now? It's been a 3-4-4 off the first 3 balls. See what I mean? That just proved my point. Next ball now, Avesh gets a tiny hint of movement. Mayers goes for it again outside, off stump, nearly nicks behind. So this is what you got to kind of take rough with the smooth with Carl Mayers. It's a bit like watching early Chris Gale. Obviously, Carl Mayers is 29, but it's a bit like watching early Chris Gale. It's like, okay, Gale has just dumped on someone for successive 4s. And you're like, okay, Chris, you don't have to go for a 4 again. Anyone remember that over it? Was it at Sabina against Steve Harmison, where Gale went 4-4, then just Harmison bowled him, because that's how Gale used to play in his early days. And Mayers he hooks that one. There's no one out there to catch it. Man comes in off the boundary and they stroll through for 1. Mayers didn't catch all of that. If I was Shea Hope, I'd now go down the wicket and just speak to Mayers a bit and go, okay, we're off to a good start, but we don't have to go after every single ball. Mayers caught that on the splice. He's just lucky no one was out there. You don't have to go after every ball. This is a 50 overs match. This is possibly why we can't bat 50 overs sometimes. Anyways, we're 41 without loss after 5.5 overs. I should probably change the score. Bear with me, people. Let me change this score. Last ball of the over, and Hope paddles that. That's a bit of a weird shot. I don't know how to describe that one. He gets a boundary for it. Avesh has just gone for 16 runs off that 6th over. Highly expensive. 3 fours off that particular over, a 3 and a 1. West Indies. Well, my TV's just gone to an advert, so I don't even know what the score is. I think it's 49. I think it's 49 without loss after 6 overs. Brilliant start from the Windies. I'll come back to updating that score in a minute. Let's see what other comments are going on. Sorry, people. Sorry, people. I'm now trying to come and catch up with your comments because I've been watching. Yeah, so Shake says, yeah, so sorry, let me update the score before I get to Shakes. So West Indies, sorry, people. I need like somebody working on the graphics whilst I do all this, you know, mad. It's only 6 overs, you know. I'm just looking at the clock going, how long is this 50 overs match going to go on for? Anyways, if you're just joining the live, I do not intend to do the second half of the match. So there's the score, people. West Indies 45 without loss after 6 overs. Hope is on 22 not out. Mayers on 23 not out. If you're just joining us, make that 46 because Mayers has clipped one off his leg and the man comes in off the boundary. Anyways, back to the comments. So there was something from Shakes, which I was looking for. Shakes. Yeah, the chat. Yeah, no live stream. Sorry, no bias talk, no BS. Yeah, we just chat it out, you know. Everyone's got an opinion and stuff. We just chat it out and see what we think about things. Who's this? All in one channel. Why do West Indies struggle so much against Bangladesh? Because the pitches were rubbish. The pitches were rubbish. Now, again, I've done a cuss out video. If you're new to Caribbean Cricket Podcast, go on our YouTube channel. You'll see the videos I did on it. But this just shows the point I was making in those cuss outs. And Ian Bishop made the same point in the last ODI against Bangladesh. We cannot expect our team to get better at batting in ODIs if we don't give them tracks that allow them to secure the fundamentals and the basics first. That's my opinion. So this track import of Spain is conducive to stroke making and high scores. Good, because we need to work out how to do that on good tracks first before we learn how to negotiate that on bad tracks like the one in Bangladesh. And I don't know if anyone caught the tweet. So Mayers goes for it again. Man recovers that on the boundary. They scam through for one. Mayers is going after the short ball. If I was Siraj and Avesh, maybe the short ball option is what they should go. Mayers is clearly going after them, and it looks like I don't know. I think he's not timing the short ball well. So let me watch the replay of that shot again. Yeah, I don't think he's timing these short balls well at all. Let's see if they continue that tactic to Mayers. So, anyways, yeah, the point is Tamim Iqbal, the Bangladesh captain, after the series said he forget West Indies now. He said those tracks in Guyana taught Bangladesh nothing in terms of ODI cricket. That's Bangladesh's captain saying that. Signal that short ball is signal wide. He said that they taught Bangladesh nothing and won't help Bangladesh in the future because they turned even more than tracks they would expect in Bangladesh. If that doesn't tell people how bad the tracks are in Guyana, nothing will. Enough said. Verdad says, when you bring your dad back? Yeah, so the next episode I'm planning to do with my dad, Santoki's going to jump in on this one. So those who've not seen that episode, again, it's on the YouTube channel. It's on all the audio podcast platforms where we talk about, we did like a 1 hour talk on Caribbean history. Well, stopped. The next one we're planning to do is on Walter Rodney. So if any of you are Caribbean historians, we're planning to do so is it linked to cricket? I mean, loosely, it's in the Caribbean, but we want to do an episode talking about the historical influence of Walter Rodney and what Walter Rodney taught us about Caribbean identity and so on and so forth. So if any of you are interested in that, look out for that. That should be coming up soonish. Santoki's going to jump in on that one because he's done a lot of work around the works of Walter Rodney and so on and so forth. One of the first books my dad ever gave me when I was properly old enough to read was How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, which was by Walter Rodney. If you've read that book, then you know what I'm talking about. So we're going to do that as our next Caribbean history episode. So look out for that. So yeah, we're more than just a cricket channel, people. We're out here. We're fully out here. Yeah. So what else? Sorry, people. Let me catch up with some comments. Yeah. Sorry. Here are we? Yo, let's get to your comment in a bit, yo. Sorry. Yeah, see what I'm saying now. It's not Mayers at the wicket now, but it's interesting. Siraj, since that first ball of his over where Mayers didn't play the short ball well, he's been targeting Hope now with the short ball, and it's worked. 4 runs off that over. But I'm expecting now for the 8th over, Mayers will be back on strike. I expect them to go with a short ball tactic. I think Mayers will give it away if they persist with that tactic. West Indies are 49 without loss after 7 overs. Right, yo, Machel, thoughts on West Indies making 305 runs that last game, but still, yeah. Well, listen, my thing, yo, is I took the positives out of it. I would rather focus on the fact that they made 305 and came 3 runs away from victory than the 136 dot balls. Obviously, you now look back at the 136 dot balls and go, boy, if we could just rotate strike just a little piece more, we would have won that game. But at least we came close. Remember, nobody, including myself, expected us to really challenge India in these ODIs. So we have to take whatever positives we can. Shardul has come on, and that's poor. Who's that on the boundary? That's rubbish. Is that Siraj? Anyway, Shardul comes on. It is Siraj. Shardul comes on. Mayers goes after him first ball and picks up another boundary. Siraj should have cut that off at the boundary, but that was let me look at Siraj again. That was so lackadaisical. He could have put in a better dive than that. Let me just see if I'm being harsh on him. Yeah, that's rubbish. It's gone for his hands. Anyways, Mayers picks up another boundary and moves on to 29 not out off 18 balls. The score on the screen is wrong, people. I will update that shortly, but the 50 partnership is up. West Indies are 53 without loss. Mayers goes for it again, and that is out of here. First 6. Mayers is in full pomp. The run rate is 8.05. He moves on to 35 off 19 balls. Shardul, boy, that was a bit of a nothing ball. It looked like, yeah, that's just begging to be hit. And Mayers just blasted that out of the ground. Sorry, people. I've missed so many comments. I might have to just go down to the end now. Apologies. But hopefully, if I don't get your comment, that's not me deliberately ignoring it, people. Sometimes just chat amongst yourselves because, and that's the whole point of a watch along. It shouldn't be about me and it shouldn't be about what I'm saying. Most of this is about what you lot are all saying to each other and how you're enjoying the game and your different views. But obviously, I'll try my best to bring up as many of them as I possibly can. Oh, Quincy, I didn't know this. So Quincy says another good thing about the watch along is that a lot of us in the US don't have access to the game. I didn't know that, Quincy. I thought, is that because the US channel, isn't it usually Willow in the States? Is that a pay-per-view channel? Is it not free on normal cable access? I don't really know how it works in the States. So our channel in the UK is BT Sport. BT Sport gets basically all the West Indies home games. What's the equivalent in USA? So Anchal says, I don't think this pitch is anything for the bowlers. Yeah, so Anchal, this is my point about West Indies batting first. Sorry, people, I'm going to clean the camera. It just looks a bit blurry. Bear with me. I'm going to go off screen for a second. Don't know if that's any better. Usually my camera is a bit better than that, but maybe it's clean for you lot. Can people just let me know if the camera... It might also be because I'm in a different room and all the lights are off. But anyways, yeah, Anchal, this is why I'm surprised we batted first. would you trust India to chase whatever we set, unless they believe that spin's going to come into it later on and the pitch will slow up? But this is looking very, very comfortable for West Indies at the moment. Chitil says Mayers can be West Indies' best all-format cricketer since Holder's debut. I agree. Do you know who else could be? Akil Hussain. But I wonder if Akil will ever get a test match call-up. But anyways, Fireball says that ESPN stream is in the last year. What's your score saying, Fireball? The score I've got is 61 without loss after 7.5 overs. Unfortunately, these are the only types of wickets that West Indies can bat on. Yeah, that's rubbish from Shardul. But this time, who's that on the boundary this time? It can't be Siraj because that was good. That was a rubbish delivery. Who's that? Who's that skinny Ute? Is that Chah? Who is that? That Ute looks skinny, boy. Yeah, Shardul, another full toss. Mayers only gets 2 for that. Good fielding on the boundary by the skinny Ute. Yeah. I agree with you. The problem is when there's any movement, we can't bat. But my thing is we're so poor with the bat that I think we have to secure the fundamentals of being able to bat first and foremost, which means put us on some good wickets. And then at least the batters can feel confident in their ability, which is, for me, that's 50% of it. They have to feel confident that they can bat. If we put them on rubbish tracks, of course they won't believe they can bat. That sounds simplistic. But yeah, that's kind of my view on it. West Indies has blocked the YouTube stream for foreign countries. Boy, mad. Oh, Willow doesn't have the rights to broadcast West Indies games played in the Caribbean. Oh, I didn't know that. So it's just ESPN Plus then in the Caribbean? Is that it? And then what? So you're telling me that the TV ESPN Plus is behind? That can't be. You lot must be watching on a stream for ESPN Plus to be behind. Surely the TV can't be behind. That would make no sense. Anyway, Sheikh says, I'm enjoying the positivity Mayers brings at the crease. Yeah, if we aren't going to have Lewis, he's probably the next best thing. Yeah, I agree with you on that. And also we have to remember that Mayers is growing into this role. We can't expect him to be brilliant all the time, but at least, and in fairness, he bats the same way in Test cricket. At least he's positive. At least he's not out there just waiting to get out. This track is good because Hope isn't out yet, and Hope's not in good nick. So yeah, so it looks to be a true track. Let me update the score for you, in case you don't know what's going on at the moment. So West Indies are currently 6. Wait, what? Did that not update? Yeah, there it goes. So West Indies are currently 63 without loss after 8 overs. Hope is, boy, that's wrong. Hope is on 23, not Hope is on 23, not out, not 32. So let me just edit that for you people. See, there we go. Yeah, there we go. So Hope is on 23, not out. Mayers is on 38, not out. Do you know what? People? Because I'm doing this live, I just realized that I'm not updating anything on Twitter. Bear with me, people. I'm just going to tweet that we're live so that people realize I'm not updating on Twitter. Bear with me. Sorry. You're not waiting for me to chat and that there. I'm just typing on Twitter. Sorry, I've done that. Okay, so I've updated people. I just put on Twitter that I'm not going to be updating on Twitter. It's all about the watch along if people want to see what's really going on. Right, okay, so right, let's find some comments. Yeah, Charlie, I agree with you, Charlie. So sorry, so Akil's going to make real T20 bread. Yeah, I think what? So what's the next T20 leagues coming up? Like Big Bash. Oh no, did he put his name forward for it? Basically, I think Akil is like what 6 months to a year away from being a franchise player, and he probably wants to be. And I can't hate on him for that. He probably deserves some franchise deals. Usually, it's hard for the spinners to get the big bucks in franchise deals, but you can see that Akil is trying to develop his batting for a reason. He surely knows that the easiest way for him to pick up a franchise deal is to become known as a West Indian all-rounder. So him developing his batting isn't by chance. There's a reason for that. So yeah, I expect Akil to be making money after Mek, and I'm expecting Akil to go make his bread in the next 6 months to a year. Good luck to him. Yeah, Demo, give me some details on this. Oh, and by the way, John Campbell, for those who don't know, so the trial date was the 19th of July, this Tuesday, was it? But it's been adjourned to Sugar. When did they say? It's now not being heard till some point in August, and that's really the alleged doping violation. Sorry, let me rephrase that. John Campbell has missed his, what do they call it again? The whereabouts test. So for those of you who know about it in athletics, doping agencies say you have to give 3 dates where notifying where you're going to be at any point in time or something like that, and they come to your house. Something happened. The details are yet to be made fully public, but the point is John got a whereabouts violation. He was supposed to go have a trial on Tuesday with is it, I can't remember what you call them in Jamaica, Jada? I can't remember what it is, but anyway, the doping people. But the case has been put to a new date at some point in August. I'll find out a bit more detail and come back to people on that. But yeah, good that he was beating some runs in minor league. Anyway, which team was he playing for, Demo? I'll go do some research on that after this game. Let's get some more comments. Yeah, Javid, I have to apologise, I've not been following the under-17s competition properly, I've got a few updates here and there, but I know that rain has mashed up the tournament a bit, so I've not been following proper. So yeah, thank you for that. So currently Jamaica under-17s are batting 45 without loss after 8 overs. Thank you, Drew. First opening partnership of 50 plus for West Indies in 8 games. Thank you for that. I did not know that. Anchal says Siraj is bowling a nice spell. He is, and he's just walked off the pitch. And in fact, there's been a change in bowler. Deepak Hooda has come on. This is only his 5th ODI match. So let's see how he goes. Spinner brought in inside the power play, tried to and wrest back some control for India. It's currently 65 without loss after 9 overs, and he's taken a wicket. He's taken a wicket with his first ball. That's really soft. He loops one up there, and Mayers just pats it back to him. As easy as you like. Caught and bowled. Literally, I think I would have given my wicket away like that as well. He's looped it up. He's pitched on middle stump, and Mayers has just lobbed it back to him. That's Hooda's 2nd ever ODI wicket. Mayers gives away a really strong start. He goes for 39 of 23 balls. That was soft. People, what do you think of that dismissal? That was super soft. I don't know. Mayers clearly... boy, you lot talked me through that. It's almost like he was through the shot before the ball had even got to him because it's so soft. Yeah, wicket gone. Hooda gets the wicket. Mayers gone. Let me just update the score for people. Mayers. Sorry, people. Now I'm trying to... I'll just leave that on the screen for now, just so that if anyone who comes into the live... Sorry, let me edit that. Anyone who comes into the live now will have an idea of what the score actually is in case you don't know what's going on. So, yeah. So, West Indies are 65 for 1. Hooda gets a wicket with his first ball. Mayer's gone for 39. That was very, very soft. Let me scroll down and see what you lot were saying about that dismissal. Sheikh says, poor stroke, although that is always a risk with how he plays. Cosme says, not sure what he was hoping for with that approach. Fireball says, very soft. Anchal says that I'm now... What, so you lot saying that I announced he was out before you lot had even seen it? Sorry, I gave away the spoilers. So, yeah, and Charles says that Fan Cold is below my stream. They ripped you off, man. They took your $2. They took your $2, and you didn't even. I gave away the spoilers before you even saw the out. You can listen. Give your $2 to Caribbean Cricket Podcast, and I'll do these watch-alongs, and I'll keep you up to date with the matches proper instead. Cosme says he wasn't even attacking it. Yeah, I don't know what that was, Cosme. It was just a nothing shot. That's why I described it as that's what I would do. That's how poor it was. I feel like I would have just lobbed it back to the bowler as well, but that's because I'm not good at cricket. So I really don't know what that shot was. Oh, bloody hell. Brooks goes after that one. Anyways, he cuts it away to the boundary. It was there to be hit, but Brooks played it aerial. The man wasn't stationed there, though, in the covers, and he gets off the mark with a boundary. West Indies moved to 69 for 1. Yeah, Javon says he thought the ball was stuck in the ground for Mayers. I don't know about that. I don't know. I just think it was loose. Quincy says he didn't play it with soft hands. Yeah, I hear that. For those who are the cricket connoisseurs, what did you make of that dismissal? I don't get it. I don't get how he gave that away. Anyways, sorry. Oh, so Demo, thank you. So, okay. So John is playing for the Manhattan Yorkers, and Sean Finley is on his team as well. Thank you for that update, Demo. And yeah, just to update Chatil, yes, Brooks has come in next. I know you're saying Puram, but it's only 9 overs gone, so I get why they've sent in Brooks, to be honest. There's been a lot of, hold on, where was that? Someone called Brooks a dot ball merchant earlier on, but actually, let's be fair to Brooks, people. Since he's come into the ODI side, he's been one of the better ODI players. So I feel like I was on Facebook the other day on one of the like Uncle Cuss Out groups, and Brooks was getting a cuss out after that first ODI, and I didn't bother to comment. I just didn't have the energy for it. I didn't have the energy for it that day. But I'm just going to read some stuff to you. So Brooks currently averages 39 in ODI cricket, right? And let me just Brooks's last. These are Brooks's scores. Listen carefully. Since he debuted, he's only played 16 innings of ODI cricket. 93, 43, 1, 12, 44, duck, 60, 6, 101 not out, 70, 42, 18, 33, 5, 4, 46. It's not perfect, but it is an average of 39. So what? You've got 2 50s in there, a century, and 4 scores of 40 plus. Like I think some of the criticism of Brooks has been harsh, you know. I really think it's been harsh. Like, I know he can be a bit of a dot ball merchant, but come on, in a team that can't really bat, I think there's plenty more we could cuss out before we cuss out Shamar Brooks. I think he still has time. He still has plenty of time in our ODI side for me. Yeah, echoing my point. He's been our best ODI batsman since debuting. Yeah, I got no issue with Brooks in ODIs. He's not always going to be good, but given relative to everyone else, come on. If anything, if we're going to criticize someone in the ODI team in terms of maybe being worth a drop, wouldn't it be King before you talk about Brooks? And I like Brandon. That's not me saying Brandon's not good, but technically, wouldn't it be Brandon who'd hold a drop before Brooks if we're going to talk about things like that? Obviously, if Lewis and Hetmeyer were actually serious, we wouldn't even be having these conversations in the first place. Anyways, West Indies 72 for 1 after the first power play. So got to 70 after the first 10 overs, or 71, I should say, after the first 10 overs. So that's good going for the West Indies. Right. Sorry, people. I was just seeing if I had to do anything on Twitter, but it looks all good at the moment. So, So all in one says, is Hetmeyer injured? No. He is currently with the West Indies team working on his fitness. Now, there's a good question. I'm going to make this point now about Hetmeyer. You know, when Pooran said in the press conference, oh, Hetmeyer's working on his fitness, the subtext, which a lot of people didn't pick up on, is, so what was he doing before that then? Because by default, he didn't mean to say it, but Pooran was basically intimating Hetmeyer weren't doing nothing then. If you have to travel with the West Indies to go work on your fitness, what on earth were you doing before? So obviously, I presume he's going to then take a fitness test off the back of working on his fitness. But I thought this just indicated slightly how much of a joke Hetmeyer must take his fitness. They had to be told to come with the West Indies to work on his fitness. Anyways, let me not get into that little cuss out right about now, and let me relax myself. So he's not injured. Hopefully, he'll pass whatever fitness test he's supposed to do, and he'll be called up to the West Indies ODI squad. T20 squad for the games versus India. And to be honest with Hetty, at least he's made himself available. Evan's not even doing that. Okay, fair. So Yo says he had a shoulder injury. Okay, fine. I'll take some of that back then. If he genuinely had a shoulder injury which was stopping him, so be it. I'd not heard that, Yo, and I'm willing to believe you on that, because I had heard. Remember, he had told West Indies he's carrying a bit of an injury. I just hadn't been told what the details of that were. So maybe that's why he wasn't working on his fitness. But either way, Hetmeyer being back in amongst the West Indies setup is better than Hetmeyer not being with the West Indies setup. So more power to him showing some initiative to actually come and do something. And let's hope he's in the T20 squad. Oof. Hope nearly plays it onto his stumps, cuts it through his legs. Cuts it through his legs. I should update the score for you lot, because some of you will have just come into the live now. So West Indies are currently 79 for 1 after 11.1 overs. If you missed it, Kyle Mayers is out, caught on bowled for 39. Shea Hope is currently 27 not out off 37 balls, and Shamar Brooks is 12 not out off 8 balls. West Indies going great guns here. At this stage of the game, as I just update the score for you all. Here we go. So if just put the score on the screen. No, that's not the score. Here's score. At this stage of the game, a good side, you'd expect them to go on to make 320. Certainly 300 plus. Let's hope West Indies don't throw it away, but that's the current state of the game. If you are in the live, by the way, sorry, because Demo always tells me that I should do this. Do press like, subscribe and all that if you're somebody new to the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. All of that obviously always helps grow the podcast, etc. So do like and subscribe. Let's get some more comments. Lewis needs to stop playing and get back. Listen, let me pick my words carefully here in case I get taken to court. I've spoken to a few people who will remain nameless, I should say, about Evan Lewis. And what has been striking in all of these people are different. I'm talking like 3 or 4 different people. Everybody I've spoken to about Evan, and we've done an interview with Evan on the podcast. You can find that episode on all the like audio platforms. But everyone I've spoken to has said the same thing about Evan Lewis. They always say Evan is a really difficult character to get a handle on. And the intimation that I've got from people is that if Evan says he's not doing something, he's not doing it. He's going to be stubborn and he's going to dig his heels in and not do it. So this is why I'm saying to people, if those people are correct, and I have no reason to believe that they're wrong, Brooks looking to give it away, I have no reason to believe that these people are wrong. I'm not expecting to see Evan Lewis anytime soon, to the point where I'm not even convinced that Evan is going to go to the World Cup. So when Fireball is saying Evan's done missing the World Cup, yeah, I think Evan probably has already written himself off in World Cup. He was on Facebook the other day cussing out again about people fighting him down and so on and so forth. So anyone expecting to see Evan Lewis anytime soon, boy, unless they've got a mentor to go and reach out to Evan, we ain't seeing him anytime soon. We really ain't seeing him anytime soon. So boy, you know, I don't know what more you lot want me to say on that, but that's just some bits and pieces to add about Evan Lewis. Let's get some more of your comments. Yo says, remember the first question Simmons got asked when he said he didn't want to answer it? The reporter asked him if Hetty's doing better with shoulder injuries. Oh, yo, I didn't know that, you know. That would have been Brandon, I assume. I'm going to drop Brandon. So that's Brandon Corlett in Guyana. I'm going to drop Brandon a message and inquire about that. I didn't know that. So that's my bad. I didn't know about the shoulder injury. So, yeah, I'll speak to Brandon, get some details on that. Sheldon says Simmons probably did. You know, do you know what, Sheldon? We laugh, but he probably didn't. You know, because that would sum up West Indies cricket perfectly. It wouldn't surprise me. All in one says, what percentage chance do you give this West Indies team for the T20 World Cup? Remember, this is an ODI game, so I feel. Let me do a Simmons. This is the ODI game, so I can't talk on T20s. I think. Remember, so our T20 group is Ireland, Scotland, Zimbabwe. If people think that's boy, put it this way, we might not make it. Jamaica under 17s. Javid says 56 for 1 after 11 overs. Good going for Jam Down. Chatil says Lewis did the same thing with Mumbai in 2018. There's a document. Yeah, people keep telling me to go look at this documentary. I've never watched it, but people keep saying that Lewis is featured in the Mumbai documentary and it was disappointing how he came across. I'll have to go watch it to find out. If anyone can someone drop me a link of how I can watch that to go see what everyone's talking about. I've never seen it. Cosme says these two, Hope and Brooks, need to just keep it about a run of ball for the next 10 overs and we'll be in a really good position to start accelerating. Yeah, I think the run rate is 6.75. That's fine. There's nothing to be worried about. What Hope and Brooks can't do now is start dotting up the game and lose the momentum we've been given. That's the one thing they can't do. I think Hope might have squatted that way to the boundaries, cut that through. Yeah, it's beaten all the men, goes to the boundary. Hope moves to 32 off 41 balls. West Indies 85 for 1 off 12.2 overs. Right, so Chatil gives a bit more context. Mahela wanted Lewis to keep playing a small niggle, and he said he can't. Yeah, okay. So Sheldon, Pollard and Deep, right. What can I say here? Put it this way, Sheldon. What can I say? I don't think many people can get through to Evan. That's the most diplomatic way I can answer that question. I don't think many can. Cricket. Is that what it's called? Demo, are you saying that's what the Mumbai thing is called? Cricket Fever? I've got Netflix, so I'll go have a look if it's on there. So yeah. All of you are saying that my stream is well ahead of everyone else's. Okay, well, it's 86 for 1 of 12.3 overs, if that's the case. If you're on the live now and you weren't on it when Mayers got out, everyone will tell you that I gave away the spoiler because everybody was about a minute behind me, and I gave the spoiler away for Mayers being out. So my apologies. So let me update the score, actually. Yeah, do you see what I mean? So since Mayer's got out, I mean, what says? I mean, 6 has been taken off. Oh, I didn't even realize Axar is into the attack. This is second over. But so sorry, last ball of Axar's over. Let me just see. Yeah, and that's a dot. So 6 taken off that over. Axar's currently bowled 2 overs, 0, none for 13. The run rate at the moment is 6.69. Hope 33 not out of 44. Brooks 13 not out of 11. The key for me is this run rate has to stay above 6 with Brooks and Hope. They cannot afford to dot, or West Indies cannot afford for these two to dot out the next 10 overs or so and let the run rate drop to like 5.5 or so on and so forth. They need to keep the momentum going. The good news is, I mean, we'll say good. Huda's come, obviously the spinners have come on. Huda 1 for 9 of 2 overs. Axar none for 13 of 2 overs. They're going to be the key here to try and slow the West Indies down and slow their momentum. Slow their momentum down. But Hope and Brooks have to make sure that they're regularly going, for me, at minimum. It's got to be sixes. I think this is a 6 per over track. So I think they've got to go. I think they've got to go at sixes for this to make sense. Yes, Chatil. Wait, sorry. If Pollard and Bravo can't convince Narayan, how can they do it with Lewis? 100%. That's my point. That's precisely my point. Narayan's their big brethren. In fact, actually, let me tell you a joke. When we did the podcast episode with Pollard, when we did that, if you haven't seen that episode, by the way, yes, I'm bigging up ourselves, but anyone who has watched it or listened to it will back up what I'm saying here. It's one of the best ones we've done. So if you've not watched the Pollard episode, here's the joke. When Pollard was doing it with us, Narayan was in the next room, you know. So because remember, Pollard and Narayan were over in London, both playing for Surrey. So literally, Narayan was in the next room. So my thing is this: Pollard and Narayan are big brethren, and if Pollard couldn't convince Narayan to come play World Cup, then well, boy, there's actually a bit more of a story behind that World Cup thing, which I can't air that one just yet. But yeah, the point is that same relationship doesn't exist with Evan Lewis. So it's not as simple as Pollard and a Bravo being able to just convince Evan Lewis to come and play for the West Indies. It's going to have to be something like a long-time brethren who don't even play cricket with Evan. Like whoever Evan considers a mentor would have to be the person to reach out to him. Yeah, see, Narayan, Pollard and Bravo at the game on Friday. I'd love to know if Evan Lewis was at the game on Friday. I don't know if anyone knows. Yeah, I don't know if Evan Lewis was at that game. I'd love to find out. Yeah, Drew, I think there's some validity in this. This is why I'm saying the next 10 overs are key. Will West Indies let the game stagnate in this next 10 overs or so? And this is why I think Chatil, or was it Chatil, was saying someone said why they brought Brooks out and not Pooran. I understand why they have. I mean, at the moment, Brooks is doing his job. He's 14 off 12. But Hope is 34 of 49. Now, Hope's been there for time. Should Hope be going at 34 of 49 on this type of track? No. Oh, bounce nearly gets him there from Axar. Should Hope be going, he's now 35 of 50. On this type of track, I feel Hope should be batting at a better strike rate than that. But at the same time, we also know what Shea Hope's ODI game is about. Shea will be looking at this and going, if I just set anchor and bat deep at what? What's his current strike rate? Is his current strike rate 80? What's his current strike rate? 70. So Hope's current strike rate is basically 71, 72. It needs to be higher than that. But if Hope will be saying to himself, if I drop anchor and bat through the whole innings at a strike rate of about 80, that allows Pooran, Rovman, Powell, Romario, Shepherd, Shamar Brooks, Brandon King, etc. to bat around him. I've always had an issue though, like right now, as Yo says, the strike rate 70. Hope shouldn't be going at 70, having got his eye in. So yeah, linking back to Drew's point, this is where we fall down a bit sometimes in our ODI game. Better sides wouldn't be doing this. So it's currently 74, says Drew, in terms of Hope's strike rate. Oh, so Cosme says, I didn't realize that. Cosme says, if I'm ahead of you, so if my stream is ahead of you, just pause me until it syncs up to what stage of the game you're on. So currently, let me give you a score update. That was just the end of the 14th over. So if you're trying to or 15th over, sorry. So if you're trying to catch up with me, pause me when I've just said now it's at the end of the 15th over, and then you'll know that I'm going in tandem with your particular stage of the game. I think that's what Cosme is getting at. Let me just update the score for those who don't know. So West Indies are currently 94 for 1 off 15 overs. Shea Hope 37 not out, and Shamar Brooks is 17 not out. Did I say Shea Hope? Did I say 34? Correction. Shea Hope is 36 not out. Good save in the covers there. So yeah, that's the current score for those who are trying to keep up to speed with what's going on. Right, Sports Sadan, where are you from? You're saying the ground's not even 30% full for a game on Sunday. The game's dying out here. People getting soccer basketball. Are you from Trinidad? I've not paid too much attention to the pictures of the stands. Trini Posse stand look full still. You sure 30%? It looks much bigger than it was on when was that game? When was the first game? Was it Thursday? It looks much bigger than 30% full. Nah, 30%. Sorry, people. Let me just wait for the TV cameras to span on the ground. It looks much bigger than 30% full. 30% full is what it was for the first ODI. This is a Sunday. This is going to fill up. Remember, church has to finish and done and everything, you know. People have to go home, take off their church clothes, and come out for the bacchanal. So you can't just expect there to be loads of people from the get-go. Trini people who are watching on the screen, that looks bigger, who know Queen's Park Oval, that looks much bigger than 30% full to me. I'm not buying that. That looks at least 3/4 to me. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm slightly exaggerating. Yo says 67%. Yeah, I agree with this. It looks 70% full. This is a Sunday. The Trini man then will come out, and as the game goes on, more people come out. I think sometimes people forget that Sunday is church day across the Caribbean. No one goes from church straight to cricket. So Fireball gives me a Trini update. The Carib stand had a bit. Is this for Friday? Not full by any means, but more than I expected on a Friday after a big fete on the Avenue too. Yeah. Yeah, Javid, I don't know what the ticket prices were. I haven't looked into it. Somebody sent me a picture of ticket prices, but again, I really and truly I need Trinis to explain if they thought it was too expensive. There's no use me saying in London, "Oh, that's too expensive." Only a Trini man can explain, and woman can explain if they feel the prices are too high. So I'll wait for those in Trinidad or near enough to explain. Tashan Dino will be in the media section. He's with media. Go to his Instagram, Crick Dino, and he's got enough updates from there with regards to what's going on in Queen's Park Oval. I agree with Yo as well. Quincy and Yo. People are cooking at home. That's what I'm saying. For those of you who are watching this live who aren't familiar with Caribbean tradition, Sunday is church. Then you get home, take off your church clothes, this, that. You might all have to cook a pot. So people truly ain't reaching the ground till 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock maybe. And maybe that's to catch, like as in a full ground. So on a Sunday, I think you're expecting a lot to expect the ground to be full from the start. So Denise gives an update. So Caribstan was 45 US. And so Denise is saying she had to choose one game and she chose the T20. That's the other thing. I should have made that point as well, that there's 4 games going on in Trinidad. You're not going to get everyone saying I'm going ODI 1, 2, 3 and a T20. So it would make sense that people would be like, let me pick the one game or at best 2 games that I'm going to go to. But yeah, looking okay, so they've just done a wide shot of the ground. I'd say at the bare minimum, without me trying to be optimistic, it's at least 50% full. At the bare minimum, it's 50% full. I'd love to know. Fireball, was it Fireball? Was it you who messaged us on Twitter? Did you buy a jersey in the grounds? Did you go on Friday? How much was the jersey? Because the jersey is £60 here. You know, I'm not paying £60 for no West Indies jersey. Cricket West Indies is gonna have to send me that for free before I pay £60 for a West Indies journey. Are they mad? How, how, how much are they charging for the jerseys in Trinidad? And there's no sponsor on it as well. Not that I'm saying you pay. I'm not saying you pay for a jersey for a sponsor, but basically they've created a shirt which to me isn't even that good and stuck a badge on it. So what am I paying £60 for? I don't understand. I really don't understand. So I depending on what the Trini prices are, I think I think they're taking a liberty with how much they're charging for the jerseys. Here we go. So Denise, I also know people who thought there was not enough Indian stars for the ODI, and you weren't guaranteed. Yeah, that's a good point. What wouldn't have helped? I'm going to come off the back of Denise's point here. What wouldn't have helped is that if you were in Trinidad and you'd just seen us look rubbish in Guyana for 3 games straight, would you really want to part with your money to go watch the same side with just Jason Holder added, who's now got COVID, obviously, in Trinidad? So I reckon that would have been a letdown as well for people. Sorry, people, I haven't updated the score. It's 99 for 1 after 16 overs. Hope is 39 off 55, and Brooks is 19 off 18. So, Cosme, interesting that you speak of floppy hats. So, I'm looking for somebody who can make floppy hats because I've got a design. I don't know if you can see this one with the light. No, you probably can't. I've got a design in mind for a floppy hat because West Indies ain't really selling any. So I've got a design in mind to make like a bootleg version, but good quality, but just a bootleg badge design. So I'm trying to find somebody who can actually make them. Let me find the person who sent me that. Sorry, people. I'm just going to try and find the person who sent me the. Oh, Chahal has come on. Sorry, I should have paid attention. So Chahal has come on now for the 17th over. I think that's when he came on in the first ODI after about 17 overs. This will, again, another key part of the game now. India will be looking to try and break this partnership. The second 50 has come off 55 balls, so it's not slow going at all, but it's slowed down. So it'll be interesting to see how West Indies now play Chahal. And after 3 balls, he's only gone for 1 run, so we shall see. Sorry, people, I'm just trying to find something on Twitter that someone sent me to see who told me about the... Yeah, so far we're dotting out to Chahal. Right, let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Is it? Sorry, people, yeah. Okay, back. So Chahal, first over, 5 balls, 1 run. This is what I'm talking about. The run rate has now fallen to 5.94. That doesn't mean I'm panicking, not at all. But I'm just saying that this is Chahal's 10 overs is a key phase of the game because he will slow things down. They take a single off his final ball. And that's the end of the 17th over. West Indies are 101. 101 for 1 after 17 overs. Let me just update. Hope is on 40. Brooks is on 19. People, I've been going 1 hour and 25 minutes of this live, you know. Lord of mercy. Let me take myself off the screen for all of 30 seconds so I can just actually go and get a yogurt or something. Voice is dry. My voice is dry. So I'll leave what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the score on the screen and put something else up just so that you can see what the score is. I'll be back in like 1 minute. Is this what people do on lives? How do they get a break? Because I'm about to take a break for myself for all of 45 seconds. And as I do that, I can just tell you that Huda has come back to bowl his 5th over. And I'm going to just quickly go for a 45-second break. Wait a minute. I'm still on the screen. Nah, man. That's not what it is. 1 second. Let me tell. I'm back. I just put some American bagels in the toaster. So watch me disappear again in about 2 minutes to go put some butter on that. How you mean, people? I can't just do 1 hour and we're only in the 18th over. You know, I've got another 32 overs of this. And West Indies are being so spiteful and actually batting properly. So, boy, I needed to take a break. Yeah, so, sorry, the score. 105 for 1 off 18 overs. I'll go update that score in a minute. Let me take it off the screen. 105 for 1 off 18 overs. And, yeah, well saved again. Holt tries to cut that one to the boundary, but that's cut off. No run. Like I said, people, Chahal is just one bowler. But look, the run rate's now 5.78. And remember, what Phil and others tend to say is it's through the middle section of both T20s and ODIs where we usually dot up and then we suffer. and then we have to try and play catch up on ourselves. So what I'd said about 10 minutes ago, what I'd said 10 minutes ago is basically what looks like happening here. Hope scampers a quick one there, or did he not? Nope, no run. Hope is now on 40 off 60 balls. I'm intrigued to see what you lot think about this. I don't think it's good enough. Now, sorry, I feel like that's harsh. Hope is crucial to our side. And if Hope bats the whole game, it puts us in a good position, because you would assume the Purans and the Rovman Powells and the Romarios can power hit at the back end. So it's crucial. But I'm just intrigued to know what you lot think when Hope goes like this. And so he's now 40 off 61 balls, and he's not, well, as I was just about to say, he's not finding gaps, but he's just played one down the ground to score a single, but he's not regularly finding gaps. Now, if you are in, and he's in now, he's played himself in, should he be going at 41 off 62 balls, or is he playing his role right now? What do you lot think? Now, Brooks cuts one through. Justice is about to bring Cosme's point up, because Cosme says Hope can go like that if his partner is batting well. Well, Brooks has just cut one through the covers down to the backward point boundary, and he moves to 28 of 29. So Brooks is essentially going at 100. So I guess Brooks is doing his job if Hope is doing his job. And Quincy says, unfortunately, Hope is playing his role. And that's the thing, Quincy. So I'm not outwardly criticizing Hope. He's doing his job. That's what we expect from Shai Hope. But sometimes it just looks like he gets bogged down a bit. And if his partner isn't doing anything either, well, then that's what happens to that's why our run rate drops, and that's why we suffer in the middle overs. Anyways, people, it's 110 for 1 off 19 overs. Shai Hope is 41 not out of 62 balls. Shamar Brooks is 28 not out of 29 balls. I'm gonna just go and butter my my American bagels, people. So just allow me for a second. I shall be right back. I shall be right back again. Let me put a be right back. No, let me not put a be right back. Let me just stay on the screen for now so that I can think of what comment to put. You lot are the one. You lot in the chat are the ones who are supposed to say, "Oh, listen, he's coming back. He's just gone to butter up his toast because he's put in a long stint. He's put in a long stint. Santoki's not about to take the pressure off. So, anyways, let me put the score up. Yeah, let me check my. Yeah, I'm back, people. Got 2 pieces of toast, a couple of Peppa Pig yogurts, and a bottle of water. We're good to go. We're good to go. We're back. We're back and we move. What's the score? So West Indies are 113 for 1 after 20 overs. There's another 30 overs to go, and it's only 4 o'clock in the UK. When will this 50 over stint of mine come to an end. Yeah, so for those of you who, I don't know when you join the live, etc., just to remind you, this is an experiment. This is an experiment, and let's update the score. Oops, sorry. Yeah, this is an experiment, and I'm only planning to do the first half, which is West Indies batting. I do not plan to do India's chase. Apologies for that. But now I think this works, though. I think this works, and it can be done for a T20 watch along, which is a much shorter, that like 3 hours total in it, 3.5 hours. Shot by Brooks as the man cuts it off. Oh no, they run two. Man cuts it off on the boundary. West Indies move to 116 for one of 20.2 overs. Hope is approaching his 50. 5 more runs for Shai Hope to get to his 50. Let me just look at some statistical analysis for Shai Hope. So this would be Shai Hope's 21st. Brooks goes for a big shot and gets the boundary. Down at Cow corner, he takes on Chahal, hits him for a boundary. And West Indies move on to 120 for one. Good shot from Shamar Brooks. I can't remember who made the comment earlier on, but was it Cosme? Hope can play like this if his partner is going at above 100. And Brooks is currently on 34 not out off 32 balls, so he's doing his job. Yeah, Lewis, big up my toast break, you know. I've been on a 1 hour and 36 minute stint. I did big up my toast break. All right, Amit, listen, the Caribbean people in here will cuss you out, you know, especially just move from now. Yeah, so as we were saying, Shai Hope, 94 innings, or this is his 100th ODI match, 20 50s, 12 hundreds, and he's 5 runs away. And he's gone for it. He's hit a 6. He's taken Chahal, cleared him well over the boundary. That's Shai Hope's 21st ODI 50. He moves to 51 not out of 69 balls. We're lucky to have him, you know. I know some of you will say I was cussing him earlier on. He's playing his role. He's got his eye in to the point where he's even hit a 6. 21st ODI 50. Shai Hope, we salute. We salute you each and every time. Now this is good because my point. This goes to the point I was making earlier. They can't allow Chahal to settle. They've taken him for 14 runs off that over. He's now bowled 3 overs for 21. They can't allow him to get into a groove. 21 overs are gone. West Indies are 127 for one. Shai Hope is 51 not out. Shamar Brooks is 32. Or is it 34? Actually, 34 not out. Hope is 21st ODI 50. His average had just fallen under 50 for the first time in a long time, actually. So this innings should see his average. Sorry, Brooks is on 35 not out, people. I've said the wrong thing. So this should see his average go back above 50. I'm just updating Twitter, people. Hold on. you're hearing all the tapping, I'm updating Twitter. I do actually have to update it at a milestone, you know. I'll just leave it blank when there's a milestone in the game. Is that out? Yep, he's out. He's out. Brooks has gone. Brooks has gone. Axar has struck just as I was about to update Twitter. He bowled him. So I'm going to watch. Sorry, people. I was updating Twitter and I have just missed what happened there. So Axar has. See what's happened here. He has. Yeah, Brooks has nicked off to first slip. He's caught Brooks back in his crease. He's not played forward to that. It's taken the outside edge, and Brooks has nicked to Shikhar Dhawan at first slip, and Brooks goes for 35. Sorry, he goes for 35 off 36 balls. West Indies 127 for 2 after 21.3 overs. So that changes things slightly. And the new batter is Brandon King. Yeah, it's Brandon King. So Brandon King comes in at 4. So whereas before people were saying, why didn't Pooran come in after the first wicket dropped at 9 overs to keep the momentum? I think at this point now, with West Indies run rate of 5.91, 21.3 overs gone, it makes sense. It makes sense that you bring in Brooks now. You don't show your hand after 21 overs, and Pooran doesn't need to come in at this stage. But again, so again, the same context applies though. Same context applies. King has to not dot up. We already know what Hope is doing. So King now needs to play the same role that Brooks was playing. He's got to go at 100 or close to 100. You now can't have two batters going at what's Hope's current strike rate? 70, 72. You can't have two batters going at 72. So King has to understand his role here. He needs to play the exact same role as Brooks. Yeah, Anchal says a wasted start by Brooks. I mean, wasted in that he didn't get 50, but 35 off 36. I'm not too angry with that. At least he was going at a runner ball, in essence. If everybody goes at a runner ball, whilst Hope is anchoring, we're going to get over 300, right? So it's not the worst innings, for sure. The key for me, not sorry, that's the wrong phrase. Not the key for me. I'm intrigued to know, what do you lot think about Brandon King? Do you see him as an ODI player? Do you think, obviously he's an RT20 squad, that's not in doubt. But what's everyone's views on King as an ODI player? I actually thought that Carty deserved to start this series, and I thought that King would hold a drop. King didn't hold a drop, and then he got a 50 in the first ODI. So what are we feeling, people, about Brandon King as an ODI player? I'm just going to bring up his ODI stats. So after 16 ODI matches, Brandon averages 27, 350s. I mean, that's a bit underwhelming, isn't it? Now, 2 of those 50s came against the Netherlands, and obviously the third 50 came in that last game against India. Now, that 50 was crucial because it's probably helped him keep his place. It was 54 of 66 balls, a strike rate of 81. Other than that, you got a 39 against Afghanistan in 2019, a 38 against Ireland in 2020. And that's it. There's nothing else to write home about. Yeah, I don't know, people. I think King is lucky to not be under more pressure for his place, but at the same time, but at the same time, he's got to be given time. Do you know what I mean? Like, so for sorry, I was just hoping nearly got run out there. So, but at this, sorry, I'm just wondering what just happened there. Let me just look again. They did there was a quick run, but I don't know who was in danger there. Sorry, before I carry on my kind of monologue, let me just watch what happened in that last ball. Yeah, they ran a quick two. Sorry, they ran a quick two. Yeah, so as I was saying, you have to understand that. So they took Brandon King to the Netherlands. Obviously, remember that was the tour. I was there. First ODI, 58 not out of 51 balls. Second ODI, 91 not out of 90 balls. And obviously then he failed in the third ODI. Based off that alone, he deserved the next series. So he got 2 games in Pakistan, flopped. But he still deserved the next series because you can't drop a man after doing well in one series and then flops in the second. So he gets a Bangladesh series, flops, but then everybody flopped versus Bangladesh. So again, you can't even look at that in normal context. So then he gets this India series and responds with a 50. So the thing is, I'm willing to hear people say that Brandon maybe deserves a drop. But actually, has he done enough to deserve a drop? Possibly not. But as Quincy, I'm just seeing your comments now. Quincy's saying he just needs to be more consistent. Yeah, 100%. And that's out. See what I mean? King's gone for a duck. King's gone for a duck. You see what I mean? Chahal's got his second wicket. Or is that his first? No, sorry, his first wicket. Oh boy, let me look at this. Brandon has tried to slog sweep that off middle stump, and he's basically played it high in the air. And Dhawan has walked 2 steps behind the keeper and takes it. And that is a duck for Brandon King after 5 balls. I mean, that's his third ODI duck in 17 innings. Doesn't that kind of sum up what I was just saying, people? And just as I put up for Quincy's point about he needs to be more consistent, like, boy, I don't really know what to say about that. That was poor. That was poor. So yeah, so now that's the third wicket has gone, and now the pressure's on because Pooran comes in probably earlier than he wanted to come in, but at the same time, Pooran's a top order batter. Now, what I want to see from Pooran here, remember Pooran averages 35 in ODI cricket, is no slouch. What I want to see from Pooran here is he doesn't need to play a quick innings. He just needs to play his normal cricket. If Pooran just plays his normal cricket, he will go at a runner ball anyway, but he doesn't need to reinvent the wheel. He doesn't need to play. What on earth was Brandon doing? I'm sorry, I'm just watching the replay. He went for a slog sweep. The ball was pitched on middle stump off his 5th ball. I don't know what to say, people. I don't know what to say. So yeah. West Indies 130 for 3. But Yo is right. I might not get to stay here for the whole 50 hours. West Indies, they must have heard that I was trying to do a one-man commentary for the whole of the 50 overs. And they said, you know what? Hold our beer. Let us just collapse so you can go about your business. And Pooran plays the first ball. Man comes in off the boundary, and that's a single for Pooran to get off the mark. So yeah, I kind of feel a bit vindicated there by saying that Carty should have got a look at before King got another go. And then King plays that shot. Like, Brandon's only going to have himself to blame if he holds a drop. Yeah, Brandon, I'm still trying to process what Brandon just did. Yo, I do see this comment. I'll come back to it at some point about the highest LGI run rate, not in the squad, but in general. I'll come back to that because I'm going to have to do some research. And I also need to update this because Brandon is out. So let me edit this. So West Indies are currently 131 for 3. Wicket or Chahal? Yeah, that's. Anyways. Just as well that I'm live on this, you know, because if that was just me in my room, I would have been cussing proper. But because I'm on camera, I'm just trying to be calm about it. So, anyways, West Indies 131 for 3 after 23 overs. Cool. Right. So, anyways, back to your comments. Let's find them. Right. Let me finish my bagel, you know. I've been going 1 hour, 50 minutes, and all I've had is this piece of bagel. It's long. But guess what? I got 2 Peppa Pig yogurts to my side. Check this out. Check this out. 2 Peppa Pig yogurts. Strawberry flavor. Gonna tuck into these afterwards as well, you know? Let me answer this question from Jay. Good question, Jay. I've been told that Super 50 is happening. It's happening in November or October. Well, no, because yeah, I've been told Super 50 is happening in November. I'll go and get clarity on that, and I'll update on our usual feeds, etc. But there should be Super 50 later this year. But more importantly, actually going back to Jay's point, Bangladesh A are turning up next month, and we've got 3 50-over games against Bangladesh A. So West Indies A versus Bangladesh A. So that will provide more of an insight into who our good 50-over players are waiting in the wings. Oh, that's gone straight through. Puran nearly nicks behind there. Gets 2 runs. Is that buys? Did he even touch that? What's Joel signaling here? Sorry, people. Let me look at this one again. It deflects off Sampson's gloves. They've given it runs. Wait, they've given it runs? If they've given that runs, that means it's a drop. You better believe I'm trying to get that Peppa Pig sponsorship. How you mean? Peppa Pig. No, they've given it by, so it wasn't a drop. But back to the sponsorship. Peppa Pig, what are you saying? Strawberry flavor. Peppa Pig, you know. Fromage frais with added vitamin D. Yeah, that last ball, it wasn't a drop. They've given it as buys, ricocheted off Sampson's gloves for 2 runs. So they've brought back Avesh Khan, the debutant. He took licks in his first spell, 3 overs for 36 runs. They've brought him back now with India having a bit more control over the game. Remember, it's 135 for 3 off 24 overs. The last 5 overs, West Indies have lost 2 wickets for 29 runs. So India have brought this game back. That's a glorious shot from Shai Hope. Shows him the full face of the bat. That's gone down to the boundary. Debutant taking some more licks on his second spell. Hope moves to 59. Hope moves to 59, not out. Yeah, listen. I'll take the sponsorship from anywhere, you know. CCP is family friendly. Peppa Pig, Hollerman. Hollerman, Caribbean Cricket Podcast, brought to you by Peppa Pig each and every time. So yeah, 140 for 3 after 24.2 overs. Yeah, I think Hope's set now. Usually, I'm about to obviously give him the commentator's curse, but usually when Shai gets to this part of his innings, it's so rare to see him give it away. This is why we got to. This is why we got to treasure him, and this is why we got to give him his flowers, because Shea has played his whole career in a time where West Indies has sucked, right? Bloody hell! Pooran chases one that wasn't even hitting the 10th stump. Doesn't nick behind though. That he's only faced 7 balls and he's trying to throw it away. But yeah, this is why we got to give Shea his flowers, because often when we talk about West Indies being a bad side, and yet still we've got one batter who averages over 50 in a format of cricket, and we probably don't really cherish him as much as we should do. So it would be a surprise to see Shea give it away from here. You almost think at this point that it's a given that he reaches a century, but we'll see. Oh, again, Avish is testing Pooran's outside edge here. Again, it's bowled on a 5th stump line. Pooran could have left that. Bit of scrambled seaman. Pooran's just leaving his bat out there. It's on the 5th stump. Is it even? No, it's on like a 6th stump line. There's no need for Pooran to play at these balls. Yes, it's ODIs, obviously, but he's only faced 8 balls. This time, quick signal. That's really good running, in fairness. And Pooran goes to 5 not out. Let me update the score, people, because I just realized I've left it on there with King and whatnot. So it's currently 141 for 3 after 24.5 overs. Hope is on 60 not out after 70 off. 60 not out from 76 balls, and Pooran is on 5 not out from 5 balls. So that's a current state of play in the game. Neat, by the way, I don't know if I said this before on one of our shows or not. Did I see you in London about 2 months ago? I swear it was you, you know. Was it you? You were holding an umbrella. If it wasn't you, it was someone who looked like you. It was when I was on my way to, I was going to St. Pancras to catch a train to Amsterdam for the Netherlands series. And I swear it looked like you, whoever it, anyways, was it you, ma'am? Let me know. Bagger says these two need to stay there until the end. Yeah, in an ideal world, so it's 25 overs. In an ideal world, you don't want Powell and Shepherd to come in an ideal world until there's 10 overs to go. So ideally, Pooran and Hope should be batting the next 15 overs, which then gives Rovman and Romario a license to play their natural game in the last 10 overs. That's in an ideal world. But then the flip side to that is, if we treat Rovman like he's only useful for that kind of match situation, how is he going to become a better ODI player in general? And Pooran advances down the track to meet Aksar's ball, plays it down the ground, but only gets a single for that. Don't know if that was risky cricket. I mean, he's trying to negate the spin, gets a single. He moves to 6. Jay, who are the other wrist spinners apart from Walsh Jr. in the ranks? Kieran Katoy would be the person I would call. I mean, but he's 31 now, 32. Who other than Kieran Katoy? Obviously, Imran Khan, they're never going to call him, and he's 38 now. Oh, boy. Hope nearly gave it away. Entices Hope to chase that one. Yeah, entices Hope to go after it. Doesn't nick behind, but nearly gives it away. Oh, and then a bit of extra bounce, and it squirts off Hope's bat even, but he gets one. Gets one for that, moves on to 61. Yeah, who have I called? Katoy, who's the other person? Imran Khan. I don't really know if we got many, to be honest. I really don't think we've got many wrist spinners. So, and even if we do have wrist spinners, they're not treated well in domestic cricket, so they can't make it through to West Indies anyway. So really and truly, the answer is no one. Another single. Pooran goes on to 7. Yeah, Luke, I was saying this earlier on. My bad. I've not been following it enough closely enough, you know, and that's why there's not been any content on the channel from me about the under-17s, because I realized I've just not been following it closely enough, and that's my bad. We try to cover as much as we can, but for those who don't know, my actual job is I'm a teacher, and like teaching gets hectic near the end of the school year, so I just didn't have time. Just didn't have time to really dedicate to following the under-17. So that's why it's not been there. So my apologies, but I have heard some good things about it. The other thing I would say, if there's any Bajans or Barbadians in this chat, the Barbados women's team have just arrived in the UK for the Commonwealth Games. We will be doing some stuff with regards to their journey in the Commonwealth Games. Got some interviews lined up. I'm supposed to be at some of the matches that they're going to be playing. So do look out for some content. Remember, we're not just a West Indies men's cricket channel. We do aim to cover women's cricket, girls cricket as well. So we should be covering the Barbados women's journey in the Commonwealth Games. All right, weren't uniques. Okay, I hear you. Is that Magram you're talking about, Bagger? I know. Is it Magram? Is that his name? I don't know. Yeah, Trinis might know. In the under-17 game, Jamaica are 99 for 4 off 21 overs. Oh, Hope nearly chops on again. Javid, who are Jamaica under-17s playing? Remind me, please. Sorry, people. I'm still eating my Peppa Pig yogurt, you know. First Peppa Pig yogurt down. Right, so, yeah, Magram. I thought it was, yeah. I often hear his name mentioned. Yeah, cool. So, West Indies currently 145 for 3 off 26.2 overs. We're past the halfway stage. It took 2 hours of me doing this live thing. If you're just joining us, I've been going for 2 hours on my ones, you know. So we're past the halfway stage. So I might be able to free myself at 6:30 UK time. That's good going, though. That's good going. Spread the word after this live, people. Send it to people and say, you know what? If you don't like watching live comms on TV and you don't like radio comms, CCP do live watch-alongs, and it's just as interesting or more interesting than radio comms. It's not about TV comms, but it's an option all the same. Pooran slaps that one down to the man at the boundary, picks up another single, who comes in from the boundary rather. West Indies move to 147 for 3. After 26.4 overs, Hope is on 63 not out off 84 balls. Pooran is on 8 not out after 12 balls. The run rate is 5.51. Yeah, let me answer that question. So Fireball says, when do you think West Indies women will play Test cricket again? Never. Never. I think my personal view is that I think we should focus, and by we, I mean Cricket West Indies. I think they should focus on promoting the 50 over and T20 game for women's cricket and get that done properly before they start thinking about doing Test cricket again. And really and truly, do you even think that other nations are even going to give us any Test matches? So I would rather Cricket West Indies pile their resources into making us into pathways for 50 over, pathways for T20, and then think about whether West Indies women can get some Test cricket after we have established the foundations through the white ball versions first. And the only reason I say that is because, remember, Cricket West Indies can barely finance the men's side of the game. Sorry, that's the wrong way to put it, because that makes it sound like I'm separating them. What I mean is we can barely finance the rest of the cricket in the region. Never mind if we can finance for doing women's tests. Now, that's not a good argument, because somebody should immediately go, no, Mash, what do you mean they should finance everything? What I mean is, I don't think they can finance everything. I genuinely don't. So they need to focus on what can they finance and do well. Focus on doing things well before trying to finance everything. And if that means they have to sacrifice women's test cricket to make sure that they can run 50 over cricket and T20 cricket better in the region across all of the different islands and countries, then that's better for me than doing a piecemeal approach and nothing really improving. I don't know if I explained that well, but that's basically the point I'm trying to make. So Yo says, is that a confirmation we'll get more watch-alongs? Do you know what, Yo? So I've just got my diary out, because I've written in all the fixtures that West Indies have and Barbados and all of that over the next month. So basically, for those who are wondering, I'm now on school holidays. So we broke up from school on Friday. So I'm now on school holidays for basically the whole of August and the rest of July. So what I'm planning to do, and you'll probably notice that over the next month and a bit, the content on Caribbean Cricket Podcast will increase massively, because whenever it's school holidays, I have more time to actually focus on it and do it properly. And this, it's now or never for me. This is now the time where I'm going to try and see if we can get some sponsorship, reach out to some companies and see if we can make certain things work. Because if I don't try and do it in the summer, then I'll never do it. So basically, to answer your question, which wasn't actually answering your question, so the next ODI is on Wednesday. I might try and do a watch along then. The only reason I say might, and here's a bit of an exclusive, I'm supposed to be interviewing Kemar Roach. Kemar Roach is back in the UK playing for Surrey, and the Oval is about 25 minutes from my house. So I'm speaking to the people at Surrey, and I'm trying to get an interview with Kemar. It looks like it's going to happen, but they just haven't confirmed when it's going to happen. So the watch along on Wednesday can only really happen if I'm not doing anything with Kemar. But because Surrey are playing this week, by the way, so I should point that out. So I just need to see if that can work or not. But what I can guarantee, Friday, the 29th for the T20, yeah, I think that will be a watch along. I think that one will definitely be a watch along. But just stay tuned. Stay tuned on our channels, and I'll update people and let them know. Anyways, the score, West Indies 150 for 3. Shea Hope is on 65 not out of 86 balls. Puran is on 9 not out of 14 balls. The current projected score, if they carry on at this run rate, is 274. I do not believe that will be enough. I think West Indies will ideally from this position need a minimum of 300. A minimum of 300. Oh, actually, no, let me take that back. I think West Indies at this point need a minimum of 290. Hope advances down the wicket, and no, he's cut off at the boundary. Manages to slog that for 1. Moves to 6-6. Yeah, I think we need a minimum of 200. And Nikhil, you're about. Yes, Nikhil. What are you saying, Nikhil? You coming in on the live? But Nikhil, aren't you in Trinidad? Sorry, people. I just saw Nikhil come into the chat. Nikhil, I thought you were at Queen's Park Oval. That's why I didn't even talk to you. But anyways, what was I saying? Minimum of 290, but I think more likely we need 310. Yeah, see, people, Nikhil's saying he didn't make the cut. Me, these times, Nikhil's in the ground in Queen's Park Oval. So, yeah, minimum of 290. I think we need 310. Nikhil, if you are in the ground, which, well, you are, you just told us, what do you reckon? I reckon we need a minimum 290. I think more likely we need 310. And the winning total is 330. What's the on-ground situation say, Nikhil? Look at this, people. We've even got Nikhil giving you on-ground analysis. Nikhil, give me some feedback. What do we need? Or what's the track saying even? Let's see if Nikhil gets that and can give you people some update from the ground as to what it looks like being. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so Nikhil says 300 minimum at least. Yeah, the deck is very good. Yeah, that sounds about... That fits with what I'm thinking. I think a winning total is 330. I think a challenging total is 300 to 315. But 330 wins it, I reckon. Right, let me just go through some of the comments. Cosme says, Mash, you should reach out to John Boy Media. Who are they? They're a fan sports podcast company in the States. Okay. Let me write that down. 1 second. Never heard of them, but let me reach out to them, see if I can start a conversation. John Boy Media. Anyone who's listening to this in the States, if you've got any more details about them, let me know. John Boy Media. Yes. Sorry, people. I had my notebook with me. I always like to write down when people tell me stuff. Pritam, can you get an interview with Sunil Narayan? Believe it or not, there's something coming on that, so just pay attention. Something's coming. Okay, Cosme, they mostly do baseball. Okay. I hear you, Cosme. I'll definitely try and see if there's anything there. Yeah, to be honest, so Lloyd, I think if Nikhil wants, he'd have to message me. Where's my phone? Nikhil would have to message me and let me know. I think Nikhil can do a live match report without necessarily... No, because hold on, I did videos when I was in the Netherlands of live content. Oh, no, but this is... Did I put it up on you? Oh, no, I was putting it up on Instagram and whatnot. I think Nikhil can do a live video, but as long as he's not showing the match. So I think he can like be in the stand and like be like, Nikhil, if you can and you've got time to, I think Nikhil can do like a live from the press ends. So far, the state of play is this and without necessarily showing live footage. So Nikhil, if you're up for that, I'll send you the link and bring yourself in it. But I don't know where you're seated in the Queen's Park Oval, Nikhil. So let the people know and we'll give them a bit of a treat. See what I mean, CCP supporters? Look at this. We're linking to people in the Queen's Park Oval doing all sorts. Yeah, we spoke about this earlier on, all in one. I think King is at risk of a drop. But like I say, even though we got a duck today, he got a 50 in the first ODI. So chances are he plays in the third ODI. But I do think Casey Carty would be hard done by to not get another game. And should do in this series. So he should get a game in the third ODI. Hope has moved on to 71, by the way, people. And I missed a 4. Okay, fantastic. So brilliant. Right. See, there you go. You're getting a treat, people. So here's what's going to happen. I'm staying on until the end of this innings. In a minute, I'm going to send Nikhil an invite to the live stream, right? Nikhil will then come live during the innings break to give a first innings report live from the Queen's Park Oval. When Nikhil does that, I'll chat with him a bit about it, and then we're done. That's the end of the watch along. No way am I coming back to do another 50 overs. No way am I coming back to do another 50 overs when India bat. Listen, I've gone in, 2 hours deep. So yeah, Nikhil, I'll send you the invite, and we'll do a little close off piece at the end of the first inning. So people, if you've got any questions for Nikhil, try and stick around and bring them in, or tell people that Nikhil's going to be there. I'll try and go on Twitter and tweet something whilst I'm doing this. So come in for that kind of interval session to ask Nikhil some questions. So there you go, people. Who else gives you things like this? Who else gives you content like this? Right. Let's go back to the state of the game. So let me update the score. It's currently 100. Let me go and take this off the screen. It's currently 157. Pooran comes down the ground to Huda and again takes another single. This is what I want to see from Nicholas. There is no need, given Nicholas's range of attacking shots, there is no need at this stage of the game after 29.1 overs for Nicholas Pooran to go wild with the bat. Get himself in. So let me just put a score. It's 158 for 3 after 29.1 overs. Get himself in, and then Nicholas has the game to catch up in the back end. So he's 11 off 20. That's fine, because we know that Nicholas can catch up later. So that's what I want to see from my captain. I want to just see him nudge and nurdle it, take some ones, and then you set your point You set your point at which you say, you know what, now we're going to start attacking. If that's the 35th over onwards, so be it. If it's the 38th over onwards, so be it. But there is no reason for Nicholas to give this away unless he gets a good ball. Okay, so this is what I want to see. This is what I want to see from Nicholas. I've just given him the curse, but this is what I want to see Nicholas do. And he cuts that one down to the boundary. The man on the boundary picks that one up, and he goes on to 12 off 20 balls. 21 balls, sorry. Right, so 21 overs left. Yo says we need at least 150. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. Minimum 140, but ideally 150 plus. And Hope, is that a boundary? Is that a boundary? Is that a boundary? Yeah. Hope beats a man. That goes down to the boundary. Hope moves on to 76 off 93 balls. Trini fans celebrating. It's 164 for 3. Remember what I said, people? When Hope gets to a certain point, you kind of know that the century is on. Hope's only getting out now if he gives it away. You kind of know, like, he's as much as a lock at this point in time than any other R players. Hope's one of the few players we know what happens when he's like this. Imagine before the match, people are saying, "Oh, hope this, hope that." Listen, what did I say? For those of you who've been with the live from near the beginning, did I not say Hope's allowed to fail because we know he's gonna come good? If he's the one player we've got in the region where we know facts, he's gonna be fine. So when he flops, it don't matter because we know he's gonna come good at some point. Directly, hold on, what's this? Chatir, what do you mean? The India games don't count for the they don't count for the, what do you call it? The ODI Super League. It's just the 3 games versus New Zealand that count for the ODI Super League. And we basically have to win 2 of them, if not all 3 of them, to have any chance. Obviously, because South Africa have forfeited their games against Australia, I reckon if we win 2 versus 3 of the ODIs versus New Zealand, we might sneak in without having to qualify for the ODI World Cup. But chances are we're not going to win 2 out of 3. Lloyd says, what's the chance of us calling Gale and Samuels up for the World Qualifiers? Listen, I'm going to say it from now. If West Indies have to qualify for the ODI World Cup, we're not making the ODI World Cup. I want to be the first person to say it. Anyhow we end up in those qualifiers, we're not going to the World Cup. Telling you lot now. Facts. Right, so score. So 166 for 3. Boy, the score keeps changing so quickly. I mean, King gave his wicket away. Mayers gave his wicket away. It's not like India have got us. I mean, Brooks's one. I mean, it was softish. It was soft. Don't get me wrong, but Mayers and oh my God. Okay, so Pooran comes down the wicket. He's caught on his thigh. It was way down the wicket though, but that was his first attempt at a, what was that? Like a hoik. Doesn't get to the flight of the ball, but he's way down the wicket, so it's fine. But maybe he's frustrated. He's on 12 of 24 balls. He doesn't need to manufacture shots though. He just needs to accept that he just needs to get himself in. He doesn't have to attack at this stage. The partnership is 37 runs of 47 balls. I do not believe that there is a need for Pooran to go after the bowling at this point in time. There are still 20 overs to go. I think Pooran just needs to be mindful of that match situation and not feel that he has to attack it. Taking the scores. That's current match situation. Hope has faced 96 balls and Pooran has faced 25 balls. Oh, that's a good stop. Who's that in the covers there? Don't know which fielder that was, but that's a good stop. Is it Surya? Who's that? I don't know who that is. Or I can't see what his name is. Yeah, so this is the usual argument that Hope should be in the test squad. He's going to come back at some point. I don't know when exactly. He will come back. Yeah, he'll come back at some point. I don't know who he'll come back for, but when he comes back, he just needs to be given a run, a clear run of games, and then we can make our final decision on him. Right, Hooder's back into the attack for his 9th over. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 34. The run rate at the moment, by the way, is 5.36. So it has fallen quite significantly. At one point, it was 6.7. It's now 5.36. Pooran comes down the wicket, and yeah, that's 6. He's had enough. He comes down the wicket and blasts Hooder out of the ground for 6. This was coming. This was coming. Like I said, the last previous balls, Pooran is clearly a bit frustrated. He don't like getting bogged down for too long, and he moves on to 19 not out. Yeah, Quincy Hope was given a long run, and now he's being given a long drop. So he will come back at some point. It's inevitable that he comes back at some point. So yeah, West Indies moved to 173 for 3. Pooran hits his first 6. Will he rein himself in or go again? And this time he plays a defensive shot of sorts back to Hooder down the wicket. I haven't sent that invite to Nikhil yet, you know. Yeah, Lloyd, you're not the only one. That Amsterdam series I did. Listen, I mean, don't get me wrong. Obviously, I did some TV commentary, and I kind of feel like the stuff that we did, or I did in Amsterdam, showed what CCP can do. But listen, it bankrupted me. No sponsorship, you know. But the thing is, I went out there on a bit of a wing and a prayer, and I just backed it and said, you know what? Even though everything came out of my own pocket, I was just like, well, no one else is going to give any West Indies content out there, so it has to be done. But boy, yeah, we're living on rations out here after that trip. This is why I need to get sponsorship off Peppa Pig or someone, because this thing needs to. Boy, I'm still trying to recover from Amsterdam. You know what I mean? Anyways, the score: West Indies 175 for 3. Hope 79 not out of 98 balls. Pooran 20 not out of 30 balls. That Hooder over went for 8 runs. Sorry, I was talking about sending that invite to Nikhil, people. You might need to bear with me for a second. I might go radio silence for a bit, so I can send this stuff to Nikhil. Sorry, people. Bloody hell. Let me send this to Nikhil 1 sec. Gmail. Right, so I've sent the link to Nikhil, people. So if you've just joined the live, Nikhil will be joining us at the interval. Nikhil will be joining us at the interval live from the Queen's Park Oval, just giving his synopsis of the West Indies. Did you hear that bell? People, 1 second. I'm coming back. 1 sec. Someone's just ringing my doorbell. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had a delivery, so I had to go deal with that. I wish. And actually, I missed some of the comments that people said about that shirt. It's a huge ripoff. I know, obviously, you know it's a ripoff, Lloyd, but it's just a shirt with a badge on. That cannot be £60. It cannot. Either whether it's West Indies or whether it's Castor who's made that decision, probably Castor, I assume, it's out of order. It's actually out of order. There is no way a shirt, just a shirt with a badge on, should be 60 quid. They're so out of order. So yeah, and I agree. I don't think it's very good. I really don't think it's very good. But hey, each put it this way, even if it was £10, I don't think I'd buy it. If I'm honest with you, because I just don't think it's a good design. I wouldn't buy it. They should end their contract with Castor. You're nothing without your fans, and if you rip your fans off, but you don't think they're going to notice. £60 for a nothing shirt. Anyways, let me not get into it, man. It's a sort of big rip off, out of order, man. I might email Castor and say they're out of order. Chahal nearly catches Hope out there. He needed the ball to straighten a bit more. Doesn't go for the LBW shout. 33 overs. It's a drinks break. It's a Blue Waters drink break. 177 for 3. Shea Hope is on 80 off 101 balls. And Puran is, I don't know because I need to go remind myself, is 21 off 33 balls. Let me update the score for any newcomers to the chat. 177 for 3 off 33 overs. Right. Let's call it. West Indies should make 300 from here. I think 310 they should make from here. Remember, for those who weren't with us when Nikhil was in the chat, Nikhil believes it's going to help the spinners later. Whether that means Walsh Jr. and Nikhil Hussain can actually do anything about that is another question. But Nikhil, who is in Queen's Park Oval, believes 300 minimum is needed on this track. Remember, India defended 309 in the first ODI. Yeah. Oh, sorry, where's that comment? Sorry, Lime. Yeah. Someone said it was only 30% full. I said, no, it's not. Queen's Park Oval, to me, looks about 70% full. It might even be bigger than that. When Nikhil comes on at the interval break, I might ask him and just say, what does it actually look like? But that's a proper... and big up the Trinis, though, because they know how to create an atmosphere. And again, if any of you have ever watched that video I did about the lack of West Indian home fans in grounds, remember what I've always said. It's not that West Indian fans don't care. It's that there are some areas of the Caribbean where you will definitely get more fans attending than others. And Trinidad is one of the few places in the Caribbean where you're guaranteed to have more people be there. So therefore, put more cricket in the places where you know you're going to get a true West Indian experience and atmosphere. So, there's no surprise to me to see the Trini people turn up for this game, particularly as it's on a Sunday as well. Javid says Blue Waters is a scam. Talk to me about this. I've never even, until West Indies played, I'd never even heard of Blue Waters before. So what are you lot saying? Tap water, yeah? What's wrong? Fireball says it's very overrated. You lot talk to me about Blue Water. What's what? It's Blue Waters. Javid says it tastes like metal. Rah! West Indies is getting exploited out here. Blue Water tastes like metal and salt. Boy, first time hearing this. I didn't realize it was such a scam piece of water. Where they getting their water from? Must be from the River Thames. What's wrong with this bottle of water? Why is it so bent up? Right. Okay. So, where are we? See any comments I've missed. So Chris says that Blue Waters is fine. So we're in a Blue Water debate right now. People talk to me about Blue Waters. Yeah, I've heard lots of Trinis say this to me before, that they're only really getting India tours for games. Me personally, just as a West Indian fan watching in the UK, I just feel like the Trini experience, the Trini fan atmosphere is more authentic and realistic as to what it used to be like watching West Indies. So it's ridiculous to me that they don't put more games in Trinidad. Is absolutely ridiculous. In the same way that there should be more games in Dominica, there should be more games in Grenada. Take people to places where you know the fans exist. It's dispiriting to see West Indies host games where nobody's at. Antigua shouldn't get any more games until they can guarantee that people in Antigua will actually turn up to watch cricket. That's my personal view. Obviously, the headquarters of West Indies cricket is now Antigua, so Antigua's going to get probably first dibs on any game that comes to Caribbean. It's going to be very interesting, though, because, again, you don't know I'm Jamaican. I've got no Jamaican bias in this. Now, this year is Jamaica's 60th anniversary. It's Jamaica 60 this year. Big celebrations in Jamaica. In terms of independence celebrations, whatnot. So we've been given the games versus New Zealand in the midst of Jamaica 60. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see if Sabina is packed. I don't think it will be. In fact, the only way I see Sabina being packed is if they happen to do some kind of award for Chris Gale during like one of the games is announced as, boy, we're gonna, do some kind of interval celebration for Chris Gale and all his contributions to West Indies cricket. I'm not convinced the ODIs are going to be packed at Sabina, but we shall see. And then the T20s versus New Zealand go to Barbados, and I think it will be all right in Barbados actually. So we'll see how it goes in Sabina. Maybe the Jamaican public will surprise me and actually turn out for those New Zealand games. We shall see. See some of the comments. Right. So apparently the England ODI shirt also costs £60. Yeah, but their shirt design is good. Well, better than ours. So yeah, I'm not paying for. I've got a West Indies shirt, the sandals one, but I got given that. Do you know? Actually, BT Sports sent it to me. I can't remember why. They just randomly sent us an email. It was before, I think it was before the West Indies versus Pakistan series. They just sent us an email saying, we really like your stuff. Da, 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 da. And the next thing I know, a shirt turned up from BT Sport. Yeah. And a subscription, like a subscription for to a BT Sport package for the West Indies Pakistan series. I just gave that subscription away because I already have BT Sport. So that's why I've got a shirt. They gave me one, the ODI one, which had the ODI World Cup one. But I would never have paid for it otherwise. Not on never. You mad? £60. Wait, when's Trinidad's independence? When's Trinidad's Independence Day? Is it the same? Wait, it's the same time as ours. Hold on, what? Let me look into this. Trinidad and Tobago. People, I should be talking to you about the cricket. Sorry, you've got me talking about some other topics at the moment. I'll give you an update on the cricket in a second. Trinidad's independent. Oh, sugar! I didn't realize. More for me for not knowing that Trinidad was doing the same thing or had the same thing as Jamaica. What, 5 days difference? Sorry, apologies to all my Trini folk. I didn't even know. Big up Trinidad and Tobago 60 as well, because that's obviously this year as August 31st. Sorry, so that's obviously this year as well. So big up Trinidad on their 60. Big up Jamaica on our 60. So yeah. What's this from Sheldon? Part of the 2007 promise for the building of stadiums is more games. What, the World Cup? Oh, okay. So Trinidad did not build a stadium, and the Queen's Park Oval is a private ground. Okay, so there's a bit more politics to all of this than just Trinidad not getting games. Okay, I'm going to do some more digging on that. Thank you for that update, Sheldon. Thank you for giving me some insight on that particular issue. Right, anyways, back to the cricket. Hope paddles that one down to the... Oh, no, it's cut off at the man on the boundary. Did I say 1 or 2? They only go through for 1. It's 181 for 3 after 33.4 overs. Hope is on 81 off 102 balls. Puran is on 24 off 36 balls. Siraj is back. He bowled really well in his first spell. He went for 15 runs in his first 5 overs. I thought he bowled really used the conditions. Bowled to the conditions. It's a flat deck, but he bowled to the conditions, tested Hope and Mayers with some good bouncers. So let's see how he goes in his second spell. I like Siraj. He's a good bowler. I know England gave him some licks. Was it in the test match they gave him some licks, but he's a good bowler, Siraj. Goes for the Yorker, but Puran meets is equal to that and runs through for a single. Who's this, right? Who's Nikki? I'm watching on TV. That's probably why everyone keeps saying that I'm ahead of everybody's stream. But yeah, I'm watching on TV. Yeah, oops. So Sheldon says Trinidad is guaranteed to get games only when India come. No other guarantees. Okay, interesting. Was Trinidad the first CARICOM country to gain independence? Didn't Jamaica get it before? Jamaica, ours is 6th of August. And you lot are saying Trinidad is 31st of August, but there may be some technicalities onto who was actually first. Wasn't it Guyana, though? 1 second. Or was Guyana the first to become a republic as opposed to the first to become independent? No, sorry, yeah, I've got that wrong. Guyana was the first to become a republic, I think. So maybe it was Jamaica first. So score 182 for 3 off 34 overs. Right. So the next question, people, is when does the attack come? When does, because it won't be Hope, when does Puran go on the charge? He's 25 not out of 37 balls. I said Puran should wait until, is that a wide? No, it's not a wide. So I said Puran should wait until the 37th or 38th over to go on the charge, because he knows that Rovman and Romario are in next and can come in and do their thing. But would you ask Puran to start doing that earlier? Well, he's gone on the charge. He comes down the wicket. He comes down the wicket and sends Chahal for a 6. So just as I'm talking about it, Puran decides he's going on the charge. So he launches Chahal back over his head for a 6. Puran moves to 31, not out off 39 balls. I actually think, and I know, let's see this ball. And then Puran chops that one for a quick single. Does he take the single? No, he doesn't. He wanted the single, but Hope sent him back. Yes. Cosme saying that Puran should go. Quincy and Cosme are saying he needs to change gears from the 35th over onwards. So that will, I mean, we are in a power play, people. So we're in the 35th over now. So now is possibly the point at which he's starting to change gears and go for it. So yeah. Good delivery from Chahal. Puran treats that with respect and defends that back down to the bowler. Just edit the score for you. So Puran is on 31 not out of 43 balls. Hope is on 81 not out of 103 balls. Oh, give you I'll put on the screen the score at the end of the 35th over. 2 more balls this over. Bit of a loopy full toss from Chahal. Pooran meets that, and is it gonna? Nah, the fielder's able to cut it off, and they run through for 2. This is 8 runs off Chahal's 6th over so far. He's gone 1 for 35 with 1 more ball to come of his 6th over. West Indies are 190 for 3 with 1 more ball of the 35th over due. As a loopy, not a complete full toss, but Pooran's was able to squirt that away for 2. Last ball of the over, and Pooran flat bats that down to the man at the boundary, runs through for 1, and we have reached the end of the 35th over. West Indies are 191 for 3. 191 for 3. Hope is on 81 off 103 balls. Pooran is 34 not out off 43 balls. Let's see what you lot are thinking about the situation right now. Shatil says Hope should go for it now. I don't think he's going for it now. I think he's going to reach his 100, and then if he is going to accelerate, it'll have to be after the 100. Yo says we need to go at 9 runs and over if we want 310. Yeah, but remember, Rovman's coming in and Romario's coming in. You can guarantee that they're not going to be hanging about, juking the ball back to the bowler. If they're coming in to biff the ball about. And I think this is what I said when Pooran came in. This is what I wanted from Pooran. There was no need for Pooran to go after the ball so soon. Get the match into the last 10 overs, which gives Rovman, Siraj back into the attack, which gives Rovman and Romario license to just play their natural game. So we're 15 overs to go. I think West Indies, 15 overs to go. West Indies need 109 from the last 15 to get to 300. That should be doable. That should be doable. I think we need more than 300, but they need 109 more. First 2 balls of Siraj's 7th over have both been dots. Let me just update Twitter for people. Boy, I can't. How long's my stint been going? I've done a 2 hour and 45-minute commentary stint. Listen, I'm going to have to message Badri and Ganga and Bishop and say, can you lot do a 1-man 3-hour commentary stint? They can't do it. They can't do a 1-man commentary stint. So West Indies 192 for 3. Interestingly, Akil is padded up. That's interesting. He can't be the next person. Surely it's Rovman, or he's a padded up because Rovman is also padded up. But they surely wouldn't send Akil before Mario Shepherd. Yeah, I agree with Anchal. I think Siraj is whether remarkable is the right word. He has bowled really well. I think he's bowled really well. Given the conditions and given the tap that everybody else has taken, even Chahal. So to put that in context for those who don't know. So in terms of India's bowlers, Avesh Khan, none for 45 or 5 overs. Shardul Thakur has only bowled 1, none for 13. Deepak Hooda 1 for 42. Patel 1 for 34. Chahal 1 for 36. Siraj, none for 21, but his economy is 3.23. So he's clearly bowled the best out of the Indian attack. It doesn't matter that he's got no reward for it. I think he's used his sleight of deliveries well, cross seam deliveries, scrambled seam, a few off cutters, a few Yorkers have been thrown in there. Listen, you're right, Fireball. I've done a full Joey Styles. I've called guilty as charged 4-hour stint on my ones. If you lot don't know about Joey Styles, you don't know about Joey Styles. Right, let's see what you lot are saying. Young Badri couldn't bowl the overs in the role that you've done today. Listen, I need to tell people about this stint I've done, you know. Santoki's not going to believe it when I tell him that I did a 3.5 hour stint in a live. Right, yo, I can answer that. So West Indies like the idea of sending the kill before Romario, and I don't understand that. Like, if we're 5 down in 30 overs, then he can come out. But if it's the last hit, yeah. So Akil believes he's an all-rounder. I think he is, in fairness. But at this point of the game, Rovman will come next. Obviously, there's 14 overs left. There is no way Akil Hussain should come before Romario Shepherd. And if I was Romario Shepherd and I saw Akil Hussain come before me with 14 overs to go, I would take that as a diss thing. It's a clear diss. Otherwise, what's the point of Romario Shepherd even being in the team? If he doesn't bat in this type of match situation, when do you expect him to bat then? What, only in the last 5 overs of every match? Anyway, so back into the 37th over, and Puran drives Chahal down the ground for 1. West Indies are 190, 5 for 3 after 36.1 overs. Nikki says he's muted the stream and is listening to my commentary. I don't know if you can call it commentary. It's a bit of commentary. It's a bit of ball by ball, intermixed with a bit of analysis, intermixed with your comments. And to be honest, in fairness, as much as I'm saying I've done this for 3 hours, it's not possible without any of your comments. The comments that you lot give is ultimately what's given me the energy to keep the chat going. If you don't say anything, then then I've got nothing. Then I couldn't do this. No way can I do this for 3 hours straight. Again, good fielding by that man at point. Who is that? Is that? Oh, I can't tell all these Indian players, to be fair. Was it Shardul? Who is that? Or is that Avesh Khan, actually? Yeah. And Puran has... Oh, it's nice cut off. I thought he'd got all of that to get a 4, but it's only a 1 again. Puran moves on to 36, not out of 50. Do you know what, though? I want people to give Puran some credit here, because Puran has come under... He's come under deserved criticism for his form in 2022. But in fairness to him, his recent form, I mean, the 70-odd versus Bangladesh on that track in Providence was good. This is another good hand from him. He's starting to come back into a bit of form in the 50 overs game. Obviously, his T20 form is fine. And I just think people need to... I had hoped that when Puran took over from Pollard, I thought that we were done with seeing everything, seeing all of West Indies' performances through the prism of one person. And I've been a bit disappointed to see some people almost channel the same Pollard discussion to Puran. So, like, if Puran fails, it's like, he's not a good captain. This isn't what I want our captain to do. If the bowlers give a game away, Puran's not a good captain. He should be doing better than this. He should have picked this person to bowl at this point. And I get it. Obviously, a cricket captain's a cricket captain. But I thought we had accepted, once Pollard stood down, right, Puran's taken over. He's a young guy. He's only 26 years old. He's got a young team in terms of international experience around him. He's going to need the support of the fans now, because it's not like he's got significant talent to turn to. Lewis don't want to play for West Indies. Hetmeyer don't take his fitness seriously. Holder has taken a big rest. And yet still, you see people cuss out Puran the same way that Pollard used to hold a cuss. Don't get me wrong. He has to perform with the bat. But come on, man. Come on. He just started and we're trying to cuss him out already. So, yeah, I think we just need to ease off a little piece of Nicholas and accept that he's learning. He'll make some errors. He's not always going to perform like pretty much every single other West Indian batter. But when we see performances like this, so 36 or 52. No, it's not quick enough. But what do you want then? Like, because we know Pooran can go over 100 when he wants to. Or do we want to see him play more mature innings like this, where he's playing to the situation, he's trying to take the game deep to allow people like Rovman and Romario to do their thing? So it'll be interesting to see what is said about Pooran after this series, because people cussed him out after Bangladesh like there was no mitigating factors for why the team had done so badly. So yeah, that's just my little piece still. Anyways, Hope slaps that delivery from Shardul, but again, there's a man at the boundary. West Indies, apart from a couple of sixes that Pooran's hit, West Indies struggling a bit here to do anything more than, I mean, rotating the strike is good, but we're getting to that point of the game now where we're going to need to turn the gears a bit more. In the 38th over, West Indies 199 for 3. Yeah, Lloyd, I think your point is right. Remember, Pooran didn't have to take the captaincy. I always tell people this. Because of his T20 commitments, franchise commitments, he didn't need this captaincy. He didn't need to take the captaincy. By taking it, chases a wide one, but doesn't nick through. By taking this captaincy, he's committed himself to basically not playing certain franchise tournaments because he has to play for the West Indies now. So Pooran at 26 didn't need to do this. He really didn't. And yes, some people say, oh, we shouldn't be grateful for somebody taking something they didn't need to take. But this is the modern game. This is the modern era. Was that a no ball? Oh, hold on, people. I don't know if it was well, obviously I haven't got the TV on volume, but I don't know if that was a front foot no ball or what type of no ball they've called, but it's a no ball. And yeah, it's an error there from Shardul. He's just come back into the attack and he's bowled a no ball with his second ball in his second spell. Let's see what happens now. And actually, that's a excellent delivery. Pooran moves over to the offside, to his off stump. I don't know what actually Pooran was trying to do. Either way, it's gone through for a dot. So that's a good comeback ball there from Shardul. So, Anchal, there's a bit of a debate about this, whether Craig, there's a group chat I'm in with some respected West Indian cricket observers, and somebody made the point in that group chat the other day that should West Indies bring back Craig again to play ODI cricket? But then think about it, who are your openers then in ODI cricket? Craig and Shai Hope? No thanks. No disrespect to Craig, but I think that experiment's happened once before. Granted, it was 5 years ago. I just don't think. No, I'm not having it. Sorry, I don't think that's the right move. I think people panicked after what happened versus Bangladesh and just started calling random set of names. But Craig and Shai Hope opening, nobody wants to see that. In the same, that's why nobody really wants to see Tej Chanderpaul and Craig Brathwaite opening in Test cricket. It is, and Craig's game has improved. Craig's got a more expansive game than people give him credit for, but nobody in West Indies wants to see Shai Hope and Craig Brathwaite open in ODI cricket. Unless I'm mistaken, if you don't want to see that, tell me in the chat, but I don't want to see that. Yeah, 100% Cosme. Enough. Hope. Has he managed? No, again, cut off by the man at the boundary. So is he bowled out? No, still one more ball of Shardul's over to go. So far, 4 runs off it. Remember, he's come back for his second over. His first over earlier on in the day went for 13 runs. So he's coming back now for his second spell. People, I'm just updating Twitter. That's the tapping you can hear. And that's a dot to end the over. Shardul's second over goes for 4 runs. West Indies are 202 for 3 after 38 overs. I'm now saying the acceleration now needs to happen. It now needs to start from here. I think with 12 overs to go, if Pooran now wants to go for it and he gets out, I've got no real issue with that. Okay, is it still a bit... Is it too early, people? If Pooran gets out now because he tries to change gears, would you cuss him for it? That's where you need to start. Would you cuss him if Pooran gets out now because he's going for it? I feel like he now needs to change gears, or are we waiting until the 40th over for him to start changing gears? I just feel like we have to regain a bit more momentum now. Someone's got to start hitting out, and if they're out, they're out. Right, so Sahel says, I can understand Hope is trying to play 50 overs, but not Pooran. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I think that Pooran's 37 of 56 balls. So let me just check the strike rates here, because Hope may even be going at a better strike rate than Pooran. Yeah, Hope's strike rate is 79. Pooran's is 70. I think Pooran's got a goal now. I think, and the reason why I'm saying it's got to be Pooran is because Hope is set. And Hope's role is clear. He is now just going to bat through the 50 overs, pick up his century. Hopefully I haven't jinxed him. Pick up his century, but it's time for Pooran has to now increase the tempo at the other end. And Hope works that one through the covers down to the man at the boundary again for a single. And Hope moves on to 87. Yeah, Yo says that Pooran needs to go for it now. We need another 100 runs in the last 10 overs to set a meaningful target. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so let's see. The third ball of the over. Is Pooran going to take on Chahal? This will give us an indication. And he takes on Chahal. See what I mean, people? And he launches him out of the ground. This is what I thought was going to happen. I think Pooran heard us all in the chat and said, you know what? My time now. Goes down the track, meets the pitch of the ball, and launches Chahal out of the ground for his third 6 of the innings, and he moves to 43, not out. I think this is what we kind of expected, people. It's got to be hit or out now, I think, for Pooran. So let's see. Pooran comes down the ground again, but can only play that to the man at cover. Sorry, I still haven't done the update on Twitter. Just letting people know that Nikhil will be joining us. And Pooran comes down the track again, goes after Chahal. It's another 6. That's 12 off the over, 13 off the over so far. 2 6s. Pooran moves to 49 not out, or 59 balls. Captain has decided enough is enough. It's either out or 6 for Pooran, and he's 1 run away. Let me go get Pooran. Nicholas Pooran is 1 run away from another ODI 50. We have to salute. Just to bring up Pooran's stats. So this, if he gets to it, it would be Pooran's 10th ODI 50. And will he get to it? And he does. He takes a single down the ground, and Pooran moves to 50 runs off 60 balls. That's his 10th ODI 50 in his 48th ODI match. He's again answering some of the critics that have said his form's been patchy. It's a back-to-back 50 in terms of series. Remember, in the last ODI versus Bangladesh, he hit a 70 odd, and he responds again today with another 50-plus score. We have to salute the captain. Right, sorry, I just updated Twitter. People just had to do it. Right, so we are at the end of the 39th over. West Indies are, not that, so let me take it off the screen. West Indies are 216 for 3. After 39 overs, Shardul comes back for his third over. Ooh, Pooran advances down the track and can only under-edge that along the ground to the keeper. To recap, Shea Hope is on 87 not out from 111 balls, and Nicholas Pooran is on 50 not out from 61 balls. The run rate at current is 5.51. Pooran's career average is now up to 36. Obviously, it took a lot of damage this year because of his slump, but he is still averaging 36 in ODI cricket, 10 50s, 100 after 48 matches. Short ball, Pooran slaps that, and the man at the boundary is able to cut that off, and he restricts Nicholas to a single. He moves to 51, not out. Nikki says, what's your predicted score? My predicted score is that West Indies will make 310. That means they need 100 runs. No, so about 90 runs or so off the last 11 overs. Okay, that's a bit... Okay, maybe that's a bit optimistic, but I'm going for it. I think West Indies will make 310. Minimum. Well bowled by Shardul. Holt can only play that back down the ground to him. Right. Sanjay says we need to cut Pooran some slack. He's an all-round captain who performs with bat ball in the field. Yeah, exactly. 100%. He's 26 years old. This is his 4th international series with an inexperienced international side, not in age, in terms of international experience. You take Shea Hope out of this side, and who's really played ODI cricket? Who's really Alzari Joseph, but who's really I don't think people realize how inexperienced at the international stage this side is. Yeah, let's not forget that Pooran is also now bowling off spin as well. He's literally doing everything in this side. Hope works that one down the ground, and he runs through jogs through, I should say, for a single. He moves to 88, not out. Shardul has bowled much better in this second spell. It's only 2 overs, but he's got a much tighter control of his line and length. West Indies 218 for 3 after 39.5 overs. I'm near the end, people. I'm coming up to the end of my 50-over stint. 10 more overs to go, and this marathon one-man commentary will come to an end. Remember, people, if you're joining us just now, Nikhil will be joining us at the interval live from the Queen's Park Oval to just give us a bit of a synopsis, so you can also catch the atmosphere in Queen's Park Oval as well. And then we're done. I am not returning for India's innings because my voice is tired. Pooran slaps at but can't beat the man on the edge. And that's the end of the 40th over. West Indies 218 for 3. Lloyd says, I've got to do a live watch-along for the Australia-West Indies test. Listen. So when are those test matches? One of them's a day-nighter, though, you know. The second test against Australia is going to be a day-nighter. So actually, Lloyd, I think that's, if I remember rightly, when those England day-nighters went on, Lloyd, remind me, because I feel like with the day-nighters, it means that when we wake up, it's only the second session. Is that right? Like, I feel like you get a load of cricket in when it's a day-nighter. So the second test for West Indies versus Australia, I can't remember where it is, I think it's in Perth, is a day-nighter. So you better believe I'll be waking up at about 6 o'clock to catch 3/4 of the, or at least half of the day's play. So, so as much as you think I'm not going to do a live watch-along, you wait and see what happens. But of course, the test match will be over inside 3 days. So that you might not catch anything. so we'll see. I need to convince some other people to come on these lives and do some of this commentary as well, though. Treat it like an actual commentary stint with no actual cricket to watch. Oh, is it? So the day night is start 5 o'clock UK time. Okay, we're out here. You see that second test? Okay. I'm covering that whole thing. I'm going to call in sick at work and just cover the day and just cover that day night test, all 2 days of it. I'm going to cover all 2 days of that second test. Thank God it'll be over in what? If we can get that to 3 days in that test match, we deserve to win. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. The T20 World Cup. Right. Pooran, is that out? Has he got enough of that? He's back. Where's it gone? It's gone for 6. Yeah, he's gone for 6. Aksar has come back into the attack for his 9th over. Pooran just stays in his crease and smacks that back over Aksar's head. That's Pooran's 4th 6 of the innings. I didn't think he'd caught all of that, but it just shows Pooran's power, because I was looking to see is anyone going to catch that, and instead it looks like he sent it to Tobago. So West Indies moved to 225 for 3. Yeah, sorry, Shatil. Yeah, depending on what I don't know what Australia are doing for the World Cup in terms of the times of the matches. I don't know how that's gonna work with UK time. Obviously, usually for World Cups they think about the Indian audience first. So will the World Cup games in Australia actually be at a watchable time for UK audiences? I really don't know. Either way, I'll step because it's only T20 games, but I don't know what time they're thinking of. I've actually, I'm giving a tiny bit of thought to going out to Australia for the World Cup. So basically, I've got a week's holiday, which would be the first week of the World Cup. But the problem is, I don't think there's no guarantee West Indies get out of their group. So I could end up buying a ticket to go to Australia for the first week of that tournament, and West Indies are already out. And don't get me wrong, I like cricket, but not enough to fly to Australia to not even watch West Indies. So I don't think I'm going to take the risk, because I can't guarantee we'll even be in the competition. Right, so this partnership is 96 runs off 110 balls. Pooran has accelerated, so now I'm going to switch the question. What should Hope be doing? Because we're now into the 42nd over, and technically, Hope's now slowing the game down. Now, does the argument still stand that because Pooran is now accelerated, it doesn't matter that Hope isn't? Or my belief is that Hope has to press the accelerator now as well. He can't just play for his 100. Like, come on, do something. What's your views on that? Yeah, Lloyd. Yeah, I'm just trying to gas myself up. I'm not going to Australia. So Hope is 89 off 118 balls. He's got to start hitting some fours. Like, he can't just keep trundling down for his 100. At this point in time, I think he's. Yeah, I think Yo's right. I think it's looking like that. I'm not saying he is, but it's kind of looking a bit like he's trying to just get to his 100 first. And maybe that's fine because Pooran is hitting 6s. But it just I think the problem is if Hope's not going to increase his rate, it's putting pressure on Pooran to hit 6s, if you kind of catch what I mean here. So I don't know. I'm going to give Hope the benefit of the doubt, let him get it to his 100. But the minute Hope gets to his 100, if he does, I think he's got to get him. He can't just keep doing 1s and 2s. He's got to get himself out or hit some 4s. Anyways, Shardul, Pooran's able to play that down. The man comes in off the boundary. That's another single for Nicholas Pooran. West Indies are 200 and 27 for 3 off 41.2 overs. Hope is on 89 not out from 118 balls. Nicholas Puran is on 59 not out from 67 balls. I don't even know if I'm going to have the energy to talk to Nikhil, you know. That's how tired my voice is getting. Let's hope go forward. No, clips it. Hope clips that one. Oh, who's that? Is he slipped? Is that Siraj? No. Hope's able to run back for 2, probably because of the slip. Who's that down in the deep who just slipped? All these new Indian players who I don't know. I can't. Who is that? I don't know these players by face only. Anyways, Hope gets 2 and he moves into the 90s, 91 out. And that's no run. Give Shardul his due. He's bowled really well in this second spell. He went for 13 off his first over, and his next 3 overs have only gone for 9 runs so far. So he's bowling really well in this. Shreyas. Okay, he's bowled really well in the second spell. Aaron, yes, this series is profitable. England and India, they make money for West Indies. This set of 3 ODIs and 5 T20s versus India, with all of the TV deals that come with it and commercial deals, West Indies are going to make tons and tons of money. Are only going to make tons and tons of money off this series. So yeah, they probably think they've hit the bonanza with these 8 white ball matches versus India. Sorry, Jonathan, let me answer that question. Yeah. So hope you're well. I am good. Thank you, Jonathan. And thank you for all your support on Twitter, etc. Am I doing the whole game? No, I can't. The clock is showing me 3 hours and 12 minutes. Listen, I ain't going to lie to you lot, you know. I'm struggling out here. I can't believe I've sat in this same spot, apart from when I went and got my Peppa Pig yogurt. Can't believe I'm still here. So anyways, we're still out here, people. 3 hours and 15 minutes into the West Indies innings. Who I want to know if anyone else has done a full thing is, and it has been a 1 hour a 3 hour commentary stint because I've not actually shut up for most of it. I've somehow managed to keep my voice going. Listen, TV companies need to bring me in, you know. So yeah, we will be ending at the interval after Nikhil comes on to give us his live analysis from the Queen's Park Oval. We will shut this off. Yeah, yo, 100%. I was shocked when we spoke to the CPL people and they told us that the games this year were going to be 10 a.m. Caribbean time. And what's the other one? Is it 3? And then what is it? 7? I think they're doing 10 a.m. and 7. Occasion, is it? I think the women's games might have a game at 3 Caribbean time. It's got to be for the Indian audience. And they wouldn't have done that if lockdown hadn't come. I think lockdown showed them that there is a massive Indian audience if they put some CPL games at 10 o'clock in the morning Caribbean time. My issue is who in the Caribbean is turning up for a 10 o'clock CPL game? Because the thing is, the whole point of CPL from a fan point of view is it's bacchanal, it's liming, and so on and so forth. It's drinking, let's go away that. It's drinking juice, drinking your rum, whining, music, so on and so forth, right? You can't do that. You can do that at 10 a.m., but no one's coming out their house for that at 10 a.m. So that tells you that the Indian audience and the money they must be making commercially for that 10 a.m. start in the CPL games must be so huge that they've decided to keep it. Because conventional sense would have said have a game at 3 Caribbean time and have a game at 7 Caribbean time to maximize crowds. But obviously the tickets coming through the door don't matter as much as the commercial deals. It doesn't matter as much as the commercial deals that they're getting for a 10 a.m. start game. So I don't agree with it from a fan experience, but from a financial experience, it's a no-brainer to do what they're doing for CPL. for me experience in terms of watching the games, perfect. Because those 7 p.m. start games when I'm watching them at 12 o'clock and having to do a match report for CPL and then go to bed at 4 and then wake up 2 hours later to go to work, it's long. It's long. Right. Avesh has bowled that on Puran's legs. You don't bowl to him there, and Puran takes him for 6. Takes him for 6 down at fine leg. Puran moves to 67, not out off 70 balls. West Indies are looking like 300 is going to be on the radar here. So West Indies have moved to 239. 239 for 3. Puran has done precisely what I thought was going to happen. He waited for the right moment to accelerate, and then because of his attacking range of shots, he's been able to catch up on the back end. Remember, at one point, Puran was, what was he again? Let me think of what he was on, like 30 something off 57 balls. He's now 67 not out off 71 balls. Shea Hope is 7 runs away from his, what would be, I think, his 13th. Yeah, what would be his 13th ODI century. Quite phenomenal in this era of watching West Indies cricket. Is he going to call that wide? Is that a wide bouncer? Nope, he's got away with it. Avesh is going at 10s here on debut. Yeah, so Dhruv, thank you. Dhruv has basically summed up my whole talking point. 10 a.m. in the Caribbean is 7:30 p.m. in India. CPL is televised on Star Sports 1, which is the premier sports channel in India. 2 to 3 million viewers. It's a no-brainer commercially. One run there per commercially, it's a no-brainer for CPL to do it. Sheldon, talk to me about that, Sheldon. Give me a bit more context. You reckon the 10 a.m. games will work in Trinidad? Why do you say that? You think crowds will turn up for a 10 a.m. game? I need to turn this fan on. 1 second, people. Okay, I'm back. I had to check my phone. Loads of people have been sending me messages. I ain't replied to nothing. People must be wondering what I'm doing. They don't know about my one-man show. West Indies 240 for 3 off 43.1 overs. 7 overs to go, people. We can do this. We can do this. That's a wide ball from Shardul and misfield again. Did you not say that Shreya down at the boundary, and it allows Puran to run through for 2. Puran is now on 70. of 75 balls. The projected score if West Indies keep this run rate up is 279, but they're not going to keep this run rate up. They're going to go better than this run rate. So I would say that my 310 is looking likely at this moment in time for West Indies. They could well actually get 310. Oh, what's that now? That's surely a wide ball. Yep, Gregory Brathwaite calls that a wide. I'll have to reload that one for Shardul. 3 runs off his 5th over so far. Jonathan, did I watch Obed play for Sussex in the Blast? Yes, I did. I went to Surrey versus Sussex earlier in the competition. I think, did Obed take 3 wickets or was it 2 wickets? But yeah, he was bowling with loads of zip. There's a few people who've been saying that Obed should be called up to the ODI squad, but I'm not. And that goes away for 4. Pooran shuffles onto his off stump and whips that off his leg. No one stops that one. And Pooran moves to 74 off 76 balls. West Indies move to 247 for 3 off 43.3 overs. Yeah, so some people are saying call Obed up to the ODI squad, but Obed, has had so many injury issues that I just don't think we should be in thrusting that on him yet. Let's just try and get a solid stint out of him in T20 cricket before we start to push him towards bowling 10 over spells or the possibility of him bowling a 10 over spell. It may be that with Obed McCoy, we can only ever use him in short format cricket, similar to England using Tymel Mills, for example, but we shall see. And bowled him. Just like the previous ball, Pooran shuffles across to his off stump and Shardul sneaks it by him on his leg stump. I think Pooran might have played onto his stumps or it might have ricocheted off his pad. But Shardul gets his reward. Like I say, let's see this. No, he just bowled him around his legs. Pooran shuffled too far across and Shardul takes out his leg stump. Shardul has bowled well in his second spell, in fairness to him. But I think that one has to be batsman error. Pooran shuffled too far across. He'd done it the previous ball. You could say that maybe Shardul... fixed his line a tiny bit, maybe anticipated that Pooran would try and shuffle across again and play him down to the boundary. But either way, Pooran is out for 74 off 77 balls and the 4th wicket has fallen. It's not the end of the world. I mean, Pooran was in nick, was looking good. But at the same time, Rovman Powell comes in and we know what Rovman Powell's game plan is going to be here. So it's not going to take Rovman too long to... Rodman's here to either hit out or get to either hit sixes or get out. So it's not the end of the world. Rovman Powell's career average after 45 matches is 23 in ODI cricket. 23. Huh. Well. So, yes, so Rovman Powell walks in. Ideally, I would have preferred Shea Hope getting out, but Pooran contributed to his own downfall there. And he knows it. I mean, his grimace after he got dismissed. Grimace after getting dismissed kind of tells you everything there. He knows that he has made the error in shuffling across his stumps. He's exposed his leg stump. And he has to go. So we're 247 for 4 with 6 overs to go. How many will Rovman Powell get before he gets out? Sorry. Wow, I'm yawning for the first time. Yo says, look at my comment on CPL. Here we go. 1 second, yo. Right, Rovman plays that first ball down, guides that first ball down to the man on the fine leg boundary and gets off the bar. Right, Yo says, Mash, I see what they did. All the 7 a.m. matches in the respective country their team will be playing and the 10 a.m. games. Ah, yeah, okay, yeah, I see your point. So assuming do you know I hadn't even looked at that deeply. So what you're saying is when it's in Trinidad, Trinidad will play at 7 p.m., but like Jamaica will play someone like St. Kitts at 10 a.m., which makes sense in fairness. So Hope nearly chops that back onto his stumps, but the man comes at the boundary and he runs through for one. Hope moves to 94. Yeah, that kind of makes sense in fairness, yo. That does make sense. You ensure that the big crowd is for the actual home team, which makes that makes sense in fairness. And then the non-home teams will just get the Indian television audience. So yeah, okay, I hear that still. Yeah, Drew. Yeah, Powell isn't technically an ODI player. And you're right, he got his place because Pollard's gone. But in fairness, this is why I made that point earlier on in the stream, which was probably at this rate about an hour and a half ago, that there has to be question marks about Powell in the ODI team. Because if we're saying that Powell basically is only useful in an ODI context when there's only like less than 7 overs to go, you can't have someone batting your top 6 where effectively you're saying their maximum use is when there's only 7 overs to. If you don't think he can construct an innings outside of 10 overs or less to go, should he really be batting in the top 6? And I like Rovman Powell, but I think there's some genuine questions to be asked. Anyways, back to the innings. Hope, he's managed to play that through again. The man comes in off the boundary, and that's only 1. I feel like I'm watching a Shea Hope innings from 2018, where he goes at like high 70s, but doesn't get a move on at the back end when he really should. I mean, if you've been in for 124 balls, surely you should be batting at better than a strike rate of 76. And I know he's going to get a century, and we should be happy for that, and we've got to salute it. But if you've batted that long, shouldn't you be able to do more than just manipulate for ones at this point? I don't know. Anyways, if Rovman and Romario are able to kind of maximize, then it doesn't matter if Shea's only manipulating for ones. So a lot kind of depends on what the people at the other end now do, or how quickly they can get off. Luckily for Rovman, Chahal doesn't have many overs left because he's the person that's most likely to get Rovman out. Not with that ball, he's not, though. That's a wide ball. It's a rank, long hop, wide ball. And he's going to have to reload that one. West Indies are 251 for 4 of 44.2 overs. And Powell flatbacks that one down the ground for a single. He moves to 2, not out, off 3 balls. The projected score at this point in time is 283 runs if they maintain this strike rate. Again, you have to assume that they're going to do better than this strike rate. Will they get the 310 that I predicted? It's looking a bit techie whether that's going to happen. Hope comes down the ground. He's charged Chahal. Has he got enough on that? Yes, he has. And with that 6, Shea Hope moves to his 13th ODI century. Salute. We have to salute Shea Hope. He's our only genuine outstanding batter of this era of West Indies cricket. A 13th ODI century in his 100th ODI match. 101 out of 125 balls. When Shea Hope gets in, Shea Hope makes it count. We have to salute. Boy, I have to clap that one. Let me clap that one. I have to clap that. And you know he loves it. Look at his celebration. Yeah, we have to salute him. Salute every time. 101 not out of 126 balls, 13 international. And he's gone again. That's a long hop. He's taken it on. And it's another 6. 107 not out of 127 balls. West Indies moved to 264 for 4. Let me just give you those stats again for Shea Hope. 100 ODI matches, 20 50s, 13 centuries, average 50. In this era of West Indies cricket, where we don't win that often, that is simply amazing. Simply amazing. And the only reason we don't talk about it more in world cricket is because he plays for such a bad side. Any others? I mean, and yes, I have been constructive in my criticism during the course of this innings. But those who've been watching long enough with this stream, when Shai Hope was on 60, I said he's going to get a century because we know what Shai does. He's as much a guarantee as anyone we've seen in the last 15 years, apart from Shiv, obviously, as to you'd watch them and you go, yep, century's coming. We know it. We know when Shai's in a certain groove, we know the century's coming in ODI cricket. So we have to salute. We have to salute my man. We have to salute him and say God is good. Well done, Shai Hope. Love that. So West Indies are Shai Hope is the 4th West Indian to score 100 in their 100th ODI. Gordon Greenwich did it in 1988. Chris Gale did it in 2004. And Ram Naresh Sarwan did it in 2006. And Shai Hope becomes the 4th West Indian to do it in his 100th. Thank you, Lloyd, for the super chat donation. Did you mean to do that, Lloyd? You've done it twice. Did you mean to do it twice? Either way, or did you do it once? Is it once? But anyway, either way, thank you, Lloyd. Much appreciated for the support. Large up Shai Hope. I better go on Twitter and just large up Shai Hope, because people out here, they're probably thinking, what? So these guys ain't... We haven't tweeted once about anything in the match on Twitter. We've just been out here on the commentary stint instead. Let me just see if I can find a picture. I must have a Shai Hope picture somewhere. He's done it so many times that I must have a picture to salute him with on Twitter. There he is. See, I've always got to have a Shai Hope picture. Have to salute. Full salute. Right, there you go. Yeah, for some reason, though, that super chat... Oh, it will come off. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you, Lloyd. Sorry again for the super chat, particularly in this cost of living crisis. We have to salute Lloyd. So yeah, so 5 overs left, people. 264 for 4. The run rate is 5.87. Will West Indies get to my predicted 310? Siraj comes back for his last spell. He has bowled brilliantly today. His 7 overs, have gone for... His 7 overs have gone for 23 runs. For me, he's been the pick of the bowlers. I think he's bowled really clever all today. No one's been able to take him for any tap. Somebody asked me earlier on, who was it? Because I was going to ask you a question. Let me find it. Someone said, when's Nikhil coming on? Here we go, Tashan. So Nikhil, I've sent him the link. He sent me a message on my phone, which I replied to earlier on. Nikhil will be coming on as soon as we reach the interval. Nikhil will come on, and I'll do a quick kind of interview with Nikhil, reflecting on how he's seen the game from his perspective. Jared Kimber has just messaged me. I need to send him a message in a bit. Sorry, people. Let me just message Jared and tell him I'm 3 hours and 33 minutes into a one-man commentary session. Watch along. Right, sorry, people just had to send that message. Right, where are we? So back to new comments. Jamaica are under 17s at 219 for 5, 40 overs. Barnes for 63 and out. That's good to hear. They're playing the Windward Islands, I believe. Right, Anchal says West Indies should try for 320. Yeah, I think 310. But right, yeah, that's a bad ball there from Siraj. Probably one of the maybe his only bad ball that he's bowled. Maybe only his second that he's bowled. Powell paddles that behind, or plays it off his pads, I should say, for a boundary. West Indies moved to 270 for 4. Who sent me this now? What's this, man? You know when people send you some random message in your Twitter DMs, and it's one of those messages where they're like, "This tweet is hidden because it's from someone you don't follow. Do you want to accept it?" And then you have to play that game where you're like, "Boy, what am I about to see? Is it porn or is it actually something that's sensible?" I don't like pressing accept. You know, when I get those ones, you don't know what madness you're about to unfold into your DMs. Let me accept it. Oh, see, that's what I should accept. It gives me a stat about Shea Hope. Right, okay, 1 second. The stat this person's given me is Farid Khan. He says Shea Hope becomes only the 10th player in ODI history to score a century in a 100th match. He's the 4th West Indian batter to achieve the milestone. What is that is signalled? Sorry. What the hell does that signal mean? Is that a no ball? Or is it a beamer? What the hell did he just signal? Is that a beamer? Those who are watching, whose streams are up to date with mine, what was that signal from Gregory Brathwaite? Was that a signal for a beamer? Was that a no? It wasn't a no ball signal. What was that? I'm not an umpire, so I've never seen that signal before. It wasn't a no ball. Oh, but sorry. Do you know what, Tashan? When you put "bye," I was like, "Why is this guy telling me bye for?" But I just realised that's what you meant. So, right, okay. Sorry, because I thought the ball had gone over head height. That's why I thought it must be for a beamer or something. Maybe I just didn't see the ball, the delivery properly. Yeah, but why did he put his hand in the sky though? That's not usually. Do you get what I mean? His signal was just putting his hand up straight in the sky. That's not how you signal a bye. Am I going mad or something? Did he do a signal that was a bit weird? I'm not saying it wasn't a bye, but the way he did it, it was a very interesting way of signaling it. Anyways, so what's my sorry, Tashan says one question for Machel: which ground in the Caribbean deserves to have more ODIs? Oh, so yeah, I answered this one earlier on. Trinidad, Dominica, St. Vincent, if they can get floodlights or whatever it is they need, Grenada. Yeah, start there. I guess Guyana, but I want them to fix their pitches. Yeah, Neeks, I think my head's gone, you know. Honestly, when I looked up, all I saw was Gregory Brathwaite's hand high in the sky. And I was like, what's he doing? I don't know. For some reason, it didn't occur to me that he might be signaling by. I was just like, why is my man's high so high? And maybe it's because Gregory Brathwaite's so tall. But I was just looking, going, well, what's his hand doing up there for? What's going on? I got confused. Everyone just sitting there now going, does this guy watch cricket or what? Listen, the man's hand was high in the sky, and I was going, what's going on out here? Why is his hand so high up? What ball did I just miss? And then everyone was telling me goodbye. Anyways, back to cricket. Robin Powell clears the ground. He takes Shardul out of the ground for a 6. He moves on to 13 out of 8 balls. The charge is on from Rodman. West Indies are 279 for 4 of 46.2 overs. The run rate is back over 6. And West Indies are on one. It looks like my 310 they might even get more than 310. if Rodman can keep doing more of that. Yeah, Shakes, I mentioned Sabina earlier. I said what will be interesting. Sorry, the next ball. And Rodman, ooh, he bats it, but the stumps protect the four. And that was ferocious. Shardul wasn't getting a hand on that, so it's just no run. Yeah, what I said, Shakes, was that it's Jamaica 60 this year. And if we can't get a crowd versus New Zealand whilst it's Jamaica 60, I think there has to be questions asked about Sabina's ability to attract good crowds again. I'm not saying New Zealand are a massive draw, but it's ODIs versus New Zealand. It'll be very, very interesting to see. That's a wide ball from Shardul. We'll have to reload that. It'll be very, very interesting to see if Jamaicans turn up for that New Zealand series or not. Oh, sorry. Sorry, so many comments. I'm just clicking on random things. Right, 1 second. Sorry, I have to reply to this message, people. And Rodman, he's out. That's a great catch. Granted, it's gone straight to the fielder, but it's still got to be taken. And he's taken that right. He's taken that right on the forward, but it was traveling at some speed. Rodman can only drill it down to the man who's just inside the boundary. Shardul gets his second wicket. And Rodman has to go for 13. Rodman must have thought he drilled that for 6, but he found the one person. I think that's a really good catch. It's Shreyas who's taken the catch. I think that's better than people realise. That was travelling like a rocket, and Shreyas has made that catch look easy. West Indies are 280 for 5, and Rodman goes for 13. You know what, though? Shardul's not actually that good, but he's managed to take 2. Let me rephrase that. He's playing international cricket. Shardul doesn't look like he's that good. But he's taken 2 wickets with some innocuous bowling. So he's now got figures of 2 for 41 off 5.4 overs. So he looks, based on that, you'd think he was the pick of the bowlers, but trust me, people, he's not even bowled that well. I've just seen a replay of that catch. Again, I think that's he's taken that two-handed. I feel like that would have hurt, to take that catch. Like, that's like gone into his hands. He's not taken that. Like that's I don't know how to explain what I mean there, but that's like just gone straight into his hands. That would have hurt to take it, is my belief. Anyways, this is the score. Powell's just gone. So first ball from Shardul to Romario Shepherd, and that's gone for 4. See what I mean? Shardul's not even bowled that well, man. He's bowled all right in his second spell, but not that well. And so Romario gets off the mark with his first ball. West Indies 280 for 84, for 5 after 46.5 overs. Yeah, so I've just seen some of your comments. Sorry. Yeah, Errol Johnson saying that was a sick catch. I'm glad, because I was wondering if people would think that I was exaggerating. I thought that was a really good catch. Sick catch, to be fair. Hopefully Romario puts up a quick 20. Well, he's on 5, not out from 2 balls. So that's a good enough start. So I've just got to send this message, people. The problem with doing this and coming up to 4 hours of this stint is that loads of people have sent me messages and I've not replied to anything. Oh, sorry, Nikhil sent me a message. Uh-oh. See what I mean? I've missed Nikhil's message me. Right, sorry, people. I'm messaging Nikhil because I'm saying to Nikhil had messaged me saying, let me come on after Shay gets to his century, and I've only just read it. So I've just said to him, sorry, I missed it. But he's now agreed to come on to just do a quick 3-minute recap of the first innings from inside the ground. You lot will get a bit of a feel for what the atmosphere is properly saying inside Queen's Park Oval. And then when the keel's done, we'll come back to me and I'll wrap that one up. I should have been checking my phone during this 4-hour stint. All these people ask me enough questions. I've not replied to no one, you know. Anyways, let me go to Fireball says 320 looking likely. My 300, Shepherd gets caught on his back there, but he's still able to run through for a bye. What's that? What's that signal Gregory Railway's doing? Anyway, so what was I saying? So yeah, Shepherd runs through for a bye. West Indies are 287 for 5, 47.2 overs. Sorry, people. I should never have got my phone out. God, I can't get to that message just now. Right, so let's go back to the comments. Apologies, people. Right, so where are we? So Drift says, a bit off topic, but am I right in assessing that the Keel's competition in ODI side is now Fabian Allen, given the similar skill sets? Yeah, possibly. But my issue is that I still have a bit of a problem with Akil and Multi being the only spinners in the side. We should never put ourselves in a position where the only person who can bowl right arm off spin is Nicholas Pooran. So far be it. People think that like I'm hypercritical of Chase, but I keep saying Roston Chase should probably be in the ODI squad to bowl right arm off spin. He doesn't have to bat in the top 6. You can bat him at number 11. That's fine. But I think in an ODI context, we could really do. Romario Shepherd's trying to swing every ball for 6. And it's not really going down like that for him. Anyways, I just think if you want a right arm off spinner, Chase is the obvious person to call into the side. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know who he gets in the side for, or if he even gets in the final 11. But all I can say with confidence is that you should never be in a situation where Nicholas Pooran is your only option for right arm off spin. So something's gone wrong with selection in that regard. And what's worse is they didn't even fix it after the Bangladesh series. You would have thought, well, good running from Shepherd runs through for a quick 2, moves on to 12 not out from 7. West Indies are 293 for 5 from 48 overs. It looks like my 310 prediction is going to come correct. They should make that. So for my prediction to come correct, they need 17 off the final 2 overs. You would assume they're going to get that and a bit more. It all depends if Romario Shepherd can connect. Shea Hope is on 111 not out from 131 balls. West Indies are 293 for 5. Yes, Dhruv, this is the other question. And again, I think I mentioned this in the last video that we did on that was on our YouTube channel. I think it was a cuss out after the Bangladesh series. Rakeen Cornell's another option, but people will just look at his weight and say he can't be in the field for 50 overs, even though he plays 50 overs cricket for Leeward Islands. But he's another option. And Hope, he's got the over the man just on the perimeter, and he's only able to get 1. He was nearly caught there. He moves on to 112 not out. So yeah, Rakeen Cornell, is an option. But people would have to get past this idea that he can't play 50 over cricket. But arguably, he's another option to consider. I'm just updating. Right, Rodman moves across his stumps to try and confuse the bowler, but he can only hoik that for one. Man comes in off the boundary. West Indies are 295 for 5 of 48.2 overs. Shai Hope is 112 not out. Romario Shepherd is 13 not out. Shardul is 2 for 48 off his 6.2 overs. He's the person I feel that they have to target, because you would assume that Siraj is going to be able to bowl a good last over. And again, well bowled by Shardul. It's only a single. So 3 singles of the first 3 balls of the 49 over. West Indies moved to 296 for 5. Maybe my 310 is not looking likely. You feel like a boundary or two would have to come in this over for 310 to be reached. All right, where are we? Oh, that's a wide ball. That's rubbish. That's rubbish. And he's run out. He's run out, surely. What on earth did I just witness? Surely that's a run out. So Shardul bowled a wide ball, a dreadful ball down Shepherd's leg side. I'm trying to work out what's happened. They ran for a single. Is he out? He's out. Surely he's out. He looked out in real time. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, no, he's in. He's in. He's in. The bells have... Shepherd's bat is in. Wait, when did the bells come off? Are they still on? Are the bells still in the groove when Shepherd's bat is in? Are they broken completely? Whoever's watching this live, what's your take on it? Oh, hold on. This angle will give it better look. Hold on. Take that back a frame. Take that one back a frame. Now freeze that. Doing up third umpire here. Right. I don't think you can tell from that second angle if Shepherd's bat is in. The bells are definitely broken, but the angle doesn't allow you to tell if the bat is over the line. Who do you give the benefit of the doubt to? It's got to be the batter, surely. If you can't tell conclusively that Shepherd is out, you have to give it to the batter. My point, though, is why was Shepherd so late to run when the ball was bowled wide? How is this even up for debate? I need to see an angle of what the run was doing. Right, here's a better angle. Here we go. He is in. He's in. It's by inches, but I think you have to give the benefit to the batter. 1 second. Yeah, because it's still in the groove. One of the bells is still in the groove. Or does that matter? He's not out. And it's a wide ball. Anchel says out, but it's actually been called a not out Anchel. I think benefit of the doubt had to go to the batter there. It wasn't conclusive. And the next ball, Hope is able to slap that for 4. The fielder can't. Oh, no, he's cut off with his feet. Excellent fielding. You can only run through for 2. That's brilliant fielding on the boundary by someone. Don't know who. And West Indies get to their 300. So we managed to clear 300 for the second consecutive match. Hope is now on 115 not out. West Indies have reached the 300. So I said 310. There's 8 more balls to go. And Hope's cleared his front foot. He's tried to go for 6. That's not enough. He's out. The man comes in off the boundary. Wait, hold on. They're checking no ball. Wait, front foot no ball? What's going on? Wait. Is he out or is he not out? Looked like Gregory Brathwaite told him to wait, or is he out? No, he is out. I thought Gregory Brathwaite was telling him to wait for a front foot no ball check. Maybe they were telling him to wait for a front foot no ball check. Either way, Shai Hope is out for a quite magnificent 115. He had to go for a 6. He makes 115 off 135 balls, 100 in this 100th, 100 in his 100th ODI. We salute. We fully salute. Well done, Shea Hope. West Indies are 300 for 6. Shardul somehow has 3 wickets in the match. He hasn't bowled like someone who's got 3 wickets in the match, but he does have 3 wickets in the match. So it's now down to Akil Hussain and Ramara Shepherd to see if they can get to my 310 prediction. Yeah, yo, I don't. That's what I'm saying to you. Remember, I've been saying all through this stint, West Indies need a minimum of 300, possibly 315. I'd said early doors. Remember that I said at the beginning, I think 350 is the only target that guarantees you a win. 330, I think, may guarantee you a win as well. But at this point now, I feel like they need 310 minimum. So there's 1 over to go. West Indies are 301 for 6. People, I've managed to do all 50, nearly all 50 overs. Sorry, I'm using this break before the final over to clear all these messages that I've been getting from people. Apologies, people. Right, so 1 more over to go. Siraj will bowl it. What are the chances of Siraj going for 9 runs or more? Kind of feel like a 4 or 6 has to happen in one of the first 2 balls. Denise says that me making it to 50 overs gave West Indies confidence. Believe, I was with them in spirit. I said, if I can do a 50 over 1-man stint, you man must come back for 50 overs as well. I just had to show concentration and dedication. Oh, strikes him on his helmet. And for some reason, Akil Hussain's running halfway down the track, but Siraj wasn't backing up. They might have to come do a concussion check on Romario. They completely didn't see that short ball. Bit of a grimace from him. Where's that caught him? Oh, that's a bit dangerous. It's caught him on the back. It's caught him on the back of the helmet. I am surprised that they've not sent anyone out for a concussion check. That I thought the usual protocol was if you get struck on the helmet, someone's got to come have a look. If it's in a kind of dodgy part of the helmet, but he's shaking his head, shaking it off, and we go again. Second ball. Another slower ball bouncer. Romario doesn't meet it. It's given a wide from Gregory Brathwaite. Or is that Joel Wilson at square leg? They run through for a 1 as well. So we can see what the strategy is. He said 1 ball bounce for the over. We can see what the strategy is from Siraj. But that one was called a wide. Have they taken? They ran through. So what are we doing here? He's going to either way, Siraj is going to have to reload that one. Oh, interesting fact from Vincent here. The average score at the Queen's Park Oval is 298, but a score of over 300 has never been chased down. Okay, we shall see how it goes today. Lloyd said the umpires are supposed to call on the physio, but they all want lunch. It must be because, unless I'm mistaken, again, clever bowling from Siraj, who bowls what? Some more ridiculous cricket there. So Siraj bowled wide of Akil Hussain's off stump. It was a great delivery. Wasn't called a wide. It wasn't a wide. But then Sampson's throw back to Siraj was rubbish. It's then ricocheted off Siraj's leg, and then they've run through for a single. That was some village cricket right there. Are these wide cutters that Siraj is bowling? Either way, it's clever bowling. Like I said, I didn't know if they'd be able to take Siraj, but this helps a bye and a wide, and that's another. Is that a wide? That's got to be another wide, surely. Samson doesn't collect it cleanly either way. It's not a wide. I thought they'd give it a wide. It's not. Samson fumbles it, which allows Shepherd and Hussain to run through for a single. Okay, it wasn't a wide. It's gone through Shepherd's legs. Neither Shepherd or Hussain can get a bat on any of these balls from Siraj. It's brilliant bowling. The wides notwithstanding, I think this is brilliant bowling. Okay, fourth ball of the over. Oh, that's well bowled again. Listen, I think this is brilliant bowling from Siraj. I know he's had a wide in there, but I actually think this is really good depth over here. Yeah, Sain can't get nothing on that. Quicker ball, Sain can't get nothing on it. So it's 305 for 6. 2 balls to go. Or is it 1 ball to go? 2 balls to go. I predicted 310. We may not actually get the 310. Remember, India got 309 in the first ODI. Hussain shuffles across. He's reached that one. It's a 6. It's a 6. We do reach the 310. West Indies go to 311 for 6. Hussain shuffled across his stumps. And he's managed to smash Siraj just over the boundary. It's a good pickup shot. Brilliant batting from Hussain. And it's 69 meters. It's I can't see where. I feel like it just went over the boundary. So 311 for 6. We do get my predicted 310. Ideally now I need another 4. I need a 4 or I need a 6 off the final ball because I think 315. I think 315 is about the score I wanted. And he can't get to it. It's another beautifully bowled, none-wide ball. It's 10 runs off the final over. Siraj ends with none for 47 off his 10 overs. He bowled much better than those figures suggest. West Indies reached 311 for 6. I had predicted 310, so pretty much spot on. I think that is a defendable total. I'm just waiting for Nikhil to dial in from Queen's Park Oval. So if anyone's still in the chat, I'm just waiting for Nikhil to dial in. Let me just check if he's messaged me, because he may have messaged me with some technical difficulties. Let me just see. Bear with me, people, because for all I know, Nikhil messaged me saying he can't do it. Okay, he hasn't. So I'm just waiting for Nikhil to come into the back room. And then I'll let him in and I'll let him give us a live summation. So the target is 312 for India. West Indies needed to get 309 to beat India in ODI 1. We couldn't get there. A chase of 300 has never been completed at the Queen's Park Oval. West Indies should feel happy with this. They should feel happy and believe that they can win this game with 311. After the shambles of a series versus Bangladesh with the bat, they've answered their critics with a 305 in defeat and now a 311 batting first. Fantastic 100 by Shea Hope in his 100th ODI for the West Indies, his 13th ODI century. Nicholas Puran ably assisting him with a 74 off 77 in the middle. Mayers got us off to a quick start with 39 off 23 up top. Brooks did a runner ball 35. Nothing else really to write about in terms of that. So really and truly, I'm just waiting to see if Nikhil comes through. I managed to do those 50 overs in 4 hours and 4 minutes. If anyone has come in at the back end, yes, I just did a 4 hour and 4 minute solo mission on a West Indies match. Right, let me just message Nikhil and see if he's going to come in. Bear with me. I know some of you will want to go catch something, listen to something, do whatever you need to do. I just messaged Nikhil to see if he's going to make it or not. Either way, if he says no, then we can wrap it. If he says yes, then bear with us for the last minute or so. Imagine if I tried to do the whole ODI. God. Never again will I do an ODI. I might do 4 hours, boy. If I don't get Peppa Pig sponsorship, I can't do this 4 hours. I can't. Right, Nikhil's here, people. Right on time, live from Queen's Park Oval with his media pass around his neck. My guy, Nikhil, is coming through to give us a little quick synopsis of that innings. Nikhil, before I bring you on screen, start off with Shea Holt. What a magnificent 13th ODI century from your guy Shea. In you come. Yes, Nikhil.
Oh man, it's fantastic, man. Great to be here. I wish I could switch the camera to show you guys the beautiful Queen's Park Oval. But no, man, Shea Hope, I think, a lot of people have been very critical of his strike rate in this format. But when you look at his numbers, the fact that he's averaged now, I think he's just under 49 since he's been dismissed in this innings. But the highest in the history of sort of West Indies ODI batters. For me personally, Mash, he goes down in the history books. Obviously, he's got a career to finish. He's far from a finish. But after 100 one-day international games, to have 1300s, I think for me personally, he goes down as one of the greatest so far in terms of what he's been able to achieve. But definitely just to be in the presence of this innings and watch him sort of develop into the one-day player he is, batting at 4 at that World Cup and molding himself, grafting into that opening position. Boy, has he some phenomenon, as they keep saying, in terms of this format. And definitely, I think, just probably a testament to the player he is, the fact that he was able to score 100 in his 100th game. And I think definitely the impact that he's made on West Indies cricket in this format has been a huge one. And really, just on that strike rate point, a lot of people are very critical of the fact that he's striking at 75 to 80. But for me, when you look at the construct of this West Indies batting lineup, I think it probably fits the mold perfectly, because every time he bats and scores 100, we seem to bat the 50 overs and we seem to get 300 plus.
Most definitely. And just from a live perspective, Nikhil, so from your perspective, what is the track saying? I mean, you were on earlier on in the chat saying it's a 300 plus ground, but what do you make of conditions at the Queen's Park Oval?
I'll just turn and show you guys some images of the actual ground. But in terms of the pitch itself, definitely the way this surface is held together, I think Sheikh Rahman, the head curator at this Queen's Park Oval, deserves a lot of credit. Because I was kind of worried. I thought it may be a bit on the sticky side, given the fact that they're playing on the same. It's the 5th strip from the far left, the same strip that they would have played on for the first one international. But the way it's held together in that first innings, I think it shows that it has good preparation in it. Hasn't really crumbled. Obviously, it's dry. It's Queen's Park Oval. You will get dry. I had a look at it after the last game, and it does have those small cracks, which I think as the second inning goes on, Hayden Walsh Jr. with his wrist spin will come into the game. And maybe even Akil Hussain. But I definitely think it probably will spin as the second innings goes on. So it's a good toss to win for the West Indies. And I'm going to find out as well which surface they're looking to use for Wednesday's game, because if the West Indies win here, definitely then that makes Wednesday's third ODI such a enticing encounter.
And then finally, Nikhil, because I know you can only be with us for a few minutes, and really appreciate you checking in with us and giving people a kind of feel for the cricket live on the ground. Everyone's been chatting in the chat. Everyone's been talking about the attendance. It looks nearly full, not nearly full, but it was better than Friday. What would you say about the attendance and atmosphere in the Queen's Park Oval?
Yeah, there's definitely one, Mash. I'm going to give you guys another look. I don't know how much you could see from this angle, but when you look at the ground, definitely there are people here. And I think the fact that obviously it's a Sunday, not a working day here in Trinidad and Tobago, you have the option for many folks at home to come and enjoy days of cricket. I think tickets are reasonable. The West Indies have done a good job. You'll drive around Trinidad, you see billboards with the series being advertised. I think, Mash, personally, from just being around West Indies cricket for a while, our scheduling, this is what we need to do. I think having blockbuster games like this, India coming to the Caribbean, obviously Trinidad with such a huge Indian influence and all the history that they have, we've got to put games, I know there's only one Sunday in every week, but we've got to try to schedule games where people can come to the cricket. So even the lone T20 here in Trinidad and Tobago, obviously it's on a Friday, and I think from what I've heard already, that party stand is sold out next week Friday at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I think that's going to have a huge turnout, even though it's a 10:30 start. But I love to see this, because when Nicholas Pooran was batting, obviously being someone at home, in Trinidad itself, you could just hear the atmosphere, feel the buzz, sort of what we get from a CPL when the TKR play here. I mean, this ground, the Brian Lara ground, has been packed for Caribbean Premier League. But from the international cricket I've seen at this venue, I haven't seen, these full stands. Obviously, the fact that India are here has a big part to play. But I love the energy. And it also helped, I think, the players, especially Apuran, because he's just a lot more comfortable. This has been a struggle for him in ODI cricket in this 2022. But the way he's batted in these first 2 ODIs, even in the last game, yes, he didn't get as many runs as he would have liked, but still that start, he just looked a lot more at home. I think this is what we have to do when we bring opposition teams to the Caribbean. New Zealand's coming up next, and I really hope, Barbados and those other hosting venues can do a similar job in terms of getting this type of atmosphere.
No worries. Listen, Nikhil, you and I both know that once we get started, we can go on and on and on and on. Suffice to say, for those who are kind of listening to this brief live with me and Nikhil, we do have a special kind of episode the two of us are going to do with an element of this ODI team. So do look out for that. And Nikhil, I'll catch up with you soon, man. Enjoy the Indian innings, and hopefully we can reflect on a West Indies victory later on in the week.
Let's hope so much. I just want to say, I know it's been a tough sort of period for West Indies fans watching one-day cricket, especially that Bangladesh series, but this is the type of performances we have to see and be. I know I'm known for my optimism, especially around this team, but I think for performances like this, win or lose, that 311 that they've been able to put up, given the partnerships, given the improvements we see for that Bangladesh series, it's a much better track as well, Mash. And it probably goes down to the fact that if we give our players the right tools, give them the opportunity to be able to do well. We have to present them with the opportunity. So I'm very happy with what I'm seeing, and let's hope we can have that win for sure.
No worries. Ladies and gentlemen, that's been Nikhil live from the Queen's Park Oval. Nikhil, thank you. I'll check in with you again later this week. And everyone, I'll just take Nikhil off now. Everyone, that's been a mammoth 4 hours and 11 minutes of a live watch along for West Indies. I don't know if I'll ever do something like this again, but for those of you who've been in the chat, thank you for all the comments. You're the ones who kept me going during the course of this particular lone commentary stint. I actually really enjoyed it. Love the comments, love the community, love everything that we were sharing there. Let's see how we go in the second innings, and look out for some content that Nikhil and I will be dropping I think at the start of next week. Peace, people. Thank you so much for watching, and stay tuned as ever to the Caribbean Cricket Podcast.
We rule the cricket world. Now the rules seem coming.
Welcome to the Caribbean Cricket Podcast, your one-stop shop for all things West Indies cricket. By the fans, for the fans.